I'm the kind of person who trusts the woods more than I trust people. I've been tracking and trapping since I was a boy, and I know the Cascades like the back of my frostbitten hand. Bears, cougars, elk, wind shear, flash freeze. I know their patterns, their sounds, their tales. Nothing in this forest should surprise me. That was the mistake I made, thinking that. It was late April and I was pushing through the deep pines, a section that the map makers call the Shrouded Valley. I was supposed to be doing a late-season deer count for the state. But the weather turned hostile in a hurry. One minute I was hiking through patchy snow, the next I was in a whiteout. It was the kind of whiteout where you lose your hearing and your bearings in 10 steps. I knew I needed shelter fast. I pushed towards the old fire warden's cabin, a barely used relic that sits right beside the frozen creek bed. It was a solid 2-mile forced march, but I made it. The cabin was buried up to the roofline in fresh snow. I had to dig the door out with my shovel, hauling off several hundreds of pounds of white cement before I could shoulder my way inside. It was cold, dark, smelled like pine needles and mouse droppings, but it was dry, and the wood stove was functional. I got a small fire going. Outside, the storm settled into a heavy, relentless snowfall. It was silent out there. In the right circumstances, it can feel like peace. But sometimes it just feels like the air is being pressed down around you. I was heating some canned beans when I heard something. A sound in the snow directly behind the cabin. I froze. Bears, they wouldn't be here. This far up in the mountains, they'd be hibernating. A wolf would be smarter than to waste energy circling a well-secured building. Besides, this sound wasn't the slow thump-thump of a large quadruped. It was a slow, deliberate crunch-crunch that walked on 2 feet, heavy but balanced, moving in a perfect circle around the cabin, just outside the radius of my shovel-cleared patch. I pulled my rifle from its case, chambered around, and held it steady. I waited, listening. The sound stopped right outside the small, dirty window facing the west. Then came the sound that made the hairs on my neck stand, one that I can't explain. Not out there. A whisper. It was so faint, almost lost in the hiss of the snow falling against the glass. But there it was. It wasn't English. It wasn't human. Not exactly. It was a series of wet, clicking, whistling noises. Like an old radio searching for a signal, trying to form language out of static. My heart was pounding against my ribs. I tracked coyotes before. I stared down moose. But this felt different. It felt curious and intelligent and almost human. I waited for 15 minutes, breathing shallowly. The noises didn't stop, but they never got louder. They just continued that unsettling, searching whisper sound outside the thin glass. Finally, I snapped. I wasn't going to let something hide in the snow and scare me out of my shelter. I threw the door open, rifle raised, ready to face down a mountain lion or a crazy hermit. But there was nothing. The blizzard had resumed its full force. The snow was swirling, erasing any tracks almost instantly. I swept the area with my flashlight, nothing taller than a low bush. I closed the door, slammed the crossbar home, and tried to tell myself it was the wind whistling through the chimney flute. Odd noises in odd spaces. But as I looked around the room, I noticed something that I hadn't seen before. It wasn't there when I first arrived. A small, dark smudge on the floor near the wood box. Just a random smear of dirt, maybe. No, it was a print. A 5-toed impression, much wider than a man's foot. and pressed deeply, as if whatever made it was extraordinarily heavy. It had walked right up to the wood box, stood there, and then apparently vanished. I didn't sleep. I kept the stove hot and that rifle across my lap. The sounds continued intermittently. It was this slow, rhythmic circling. Nothing ever there. Then, just before dawn, when the snow had slowed to gentle flakes, the voice outside the window sounded again. It wasn't clicks or whistles. I could have sworn it was my voice. Hello? It rasped. Hello in there. It was using my own voice to what, lure me out, trick me into opening the door. Logical me said, no, it's just somebody. So I opened the door. Not somebody. Nobody. I threw a log onto the fire and I watched the sun bleed over the eastern peaks, but I didn't move. I didn't speak. I knew that I was safe in that shelter somehow, but that creature, whatever it was, the thing that knew what it was doing, it was still out there. When the snow finally stopped an hour later, I waited until the morning light was solid and clear. I grabbed my pack, my rifle, and without so much as looking at the wood box again, I went straight out the door. I hiked south for 3 days without stopping until I hit the paved road. I didn't really look back, and I didn't slow my pace, because I knew one thing. I may know the forest, but the forest might just know me better. And something in it was listening to me and copying me. And I didn't want to meet that. If you've ever had a job that requires a 7-hour drive every Sunday, you know the special kind of fatigue that sets in around 1 a.m. It's not just physical tiredness, it's a deep mental erosion that makes you stupid. I was 3 hours from my destination, pushing hard across the high pass in eastern Oregon. It was December, and the weather forecast had casually mentioned potential slick conditions. What they meant was black ice. The asphalt was wet and black. The air was just below freezing, the landscape a featureless cold void. I was driving on autopilot, clinging to the lane markers. I'd just passed a sign warning of dangerously tight S-curves around when I saw a woman. She was standing about 50 yards ahead, right around the shoulder, facing the direction I was driving. The sight was so immediate and so out of place it punched the adrenaline straight into my chest. This stretch of highway was notorious. Not a single house, town, or side road for 50 miles. And she was dressed for a summer beach trip. She wore a thin white dress, almost like a slip, and stood barefoot in the snow-dusted gravel. She had no coat or gloves. Her hair, long and black, was plastered to her face, and her arms were crossed tightly over her chest. She wasn't hailing me, she was just standing there, staring at the road. The moment I registered the impossibility of the image, my subconscious was screaming. I hit the brakes, not out of caution, but out of sheer panicked shock. The tires locked instantly on the hidden ice. The world went silent and slow. The rear end of my truck fishtailed violently to the right, throwing me toward the center. I was in a full, uncontrolled spin toward the unmarked, deadly curve. I was going to fly off the road, right into the ravine that I knew bordered that curve. In the fraction of a second, the truck went sideways. My headlights swept across the shoulder again, and the woman wasn't standing there anymore. Instead, she was positioned directly in the middle of my lane, maybe 20 feet ahead. She hadn't really moved. She was just there. I had moved. And now her head, it was tilted back, her face finally visible in the full blast of my high beams. Her eyes were wide and milky white, and a single trickle of dark fluid, maybe frozen blood, ran from her mouth down to her chin. She wasn't begging for help. She was frozen, spectral. I realized that my body reacted violently, not to avoid the crash, but to avoid her. I cranked the wheel instinctively, counter-steering against the spin with a superhuman jolt of fear. The truck bit into the pavement again, just as the nose was pointed straight at that warning sign. I corrected, the wheels caught, and the vehicle lurched forward, slamming into the opposite shoulder snowbank and coming to a jarring, safe stop. I sat there, breathing only in shallow, choking gasps for a minute. I was alive. I finally managed to kill the engine, and I stumbled out of the truck with my flashlight in my hand, immediately sliding on the treacherous ice. I checked near the end, half expecting to find a body under the vehicle. Nothing. I shone the beam back down the road, back towards where I had spun out. There was no one there. Not even a footprint in the gravel. Not a trace of a thin white dress, just the wind and freezing darkness. I called the state patrol, barely able to string my words together. I reported the near miss in the ice, omitting the fact that I thought it was a ghost. But then I couldn't help myself. I told the dispatcher exactly where I had seen the figure, and I asked them to send a unit for a welfare check. 10 minutes later, the dispatcher broke back through, her voice tinged with professional curiosity. "Sir, we had a maintenance crew down there less than an hour ago. They didn't report anyone walking, and there's no residences for miles. Are you sure you didn't just see a reflective marker?" "No, I know what I saw," I told dispatch. The next morning, driving past the scene in daylight, I saw what had frightened the spirit. Taped to the rusty guardrail at that exact unmarked curve were 2 bundles of dried flowers and a bundle of plastic ones. A memorial. Someone had died there years ago. Maybe exactly how I nearly did. To this day, I know the difference between a hallucination and a warning, and I know that something that was already dead stood on black ice, maybe to save me from joining her, or attempting to get me to. I've always loved the quiet of the off-season. Most people visit Vale in the dead of winter or during the spring slush, but the shoulder season, right after the first serious snow hits, but before the resorts officially open, that's when you can breathe. And that's when my friend Ethan and I, the mountain's 2 most reluctant maintenance techs, earned our hazard pay. We were bunkered down in the main lodge at the top of the glacier's edge lift, the highest point on the mountain. Outside, a blizzard had blown up the valley floor and swallowed the peaks whole. Visibility was maybe 10 feet. If something went wrong up here, you were waiting for morning. No one was coming for you. Ethan had already cracked a beer and was engrossed in a terrible movie on his laptop. I was supposed to be doing a final check on the primary lift terminals, but honestly, the wind was rattling the windows so hard, I just wanted to verify everything was secure and call it a night. I stepped onto the observation deck overlooking the loading area. The wind was roaring like a freight train, and snow was flying horizontally. I flipped on the powerful spotlight that illuminated the first 100 yards of the lift, and that's when I saw a figure sitting on chair 14. I remember rubbing the sleep out of my eyes and asking Ethan if they sent up a test dummy. "What?" Ethan grunted but didn't look up. "No, everything got hauled down last week. Why?" "There's something on chair 14, I said, pointing. Ethan finally hauled himself over. He squinted into the light, which struggled against the sheer volume of the storm. Huh, you're right. Looks like a person. The figure was slumped forward, motionless, its back to us. It wore bulky old-school gear, a faded blue jacket, and a thick knit hat, the type that you saw in pictures from the 70s. The whole thing was dusted white, crusted over like an ice sculpture. If it's a person, they're not okay. It must be snow. A drift formed. The wind packed it into the chair. Yeah, packed snow, Ethan agreed. But why just chair 14? Why does it have legs? It was a good point. I tried to rationalize it. The wind was swirling strangely. Maybe some debris had landed just right, or maybe it was the storm causing us to see things that weren't there. All right, I better just check. I went inside to grab my travel light. When I turned to go back, there was nothing in chair 14. It was empty. Well, I'll just go check around then. And so I did. There was nothing there. Only my footsteps around. The snow underneath was untouched, and there was nobody in that chair. By the next morning, the blizzard had passed, leaving behind a sky of impossible blue and blinding, pristine snow. The mountain was majestic, silent. My first task was to verify the status of the lift line. I headed back to the deck, flicked the spotlights on, and looked out. Chair 14 was still empty. See? Just stuff. Ethan and I agreed. But then my gaze drifted further down the line past the first tower. Chair 31. Same figure. Slumped, silent. Wearing that same faded blue jacket and knit hat. It was exactly the same, only 17 chairs further up the line. Ethan, I yelled. He joined me, swearing under his breath. That's impossible. If it was snow, it couldn't have moved. If it was a person, they'd be dead. I grabbed the heavy maintenance binoculars. The image snapped into focus. The figure was undeniably a human shape. It seemed to be looking down at the empty slopes. I couldn't see its face. It was facing the other way. But I could see the low slouch of its hat and the thick powder clinging to the hood. I tried to tell myself that there were 2 snow formations, or maybe Ethan's crew hadn't cleared the chairs properly, and a mannequin had been left out. But a different chair, same clothes, same posture. That's just strange. We decided to take a look. What else could we do? We couldn't climb the cables in the ice to investigate. We had procedures and we had jobs, so we just checked. And as we got closer to chair 31, it just disappeared. Whatever was there that we could both see, that we were both walking towards, it wasn't there anymore. We never found anyone on that mountain, and we never saw that figure again. I remember the ads called it a seasonal custodian, but the job was winter keeper. I was hired to watch over the Blackwood Public Library, not the little local branch, but a massive ordnate 19th century main hall downtown. It was closed for renovations and asbestos remediation, meaning my only task was keeping the boilers running, making sure the sustained cold didn't burst a pipe. It was quiet. The building was solid granite and marble, 3 stories high, with ceilings that soared 30 feet. Outside, the heaviest snowstorm in years had fallen, muffling the city into a dead silence. Inside, the sheer scale of the building magnified every sound that I made, the scrape of my shoes, clink of my keys. I slept on a cot in the main office on the ground floor. My first strange encounter happened 3 days into the job, during a routine evening check. I was walking down the second floor mezzanine, checking the radiator valves. The windows were all boarded up, leaving the whole floor in a deep, musty darkness, lit only by my flashlight. Then I heard this faint, high-pitched tinkle of music. It was thin, mechanical, a wind-up music box. I pretty much stopped dead the moment I heard it. I had toured every square foot, and there were no music boxes. The only things left upstairs were empty shelving units and dust sheets. I followed the sound to the east wing, toward the old children's reading room. As I got closer, the music stopped with a sharp clack. The silence came rushing back in. "Hello?" I called out. My voice was swallowed instantly by the high ceilings. "Anyone there?" Nothing. I convinced myself it was a vibration, loose piece of ductwork catching in the wind. I was alone. I had to be alone. Later in the night, the music returned. This time it was followed by another sound, though, one that chilled me genuinely. It was the unmistakable sound of small, wet shoes running on polished wood. Not heavy boots or steps like my own, but the hurried sound of a child in soaking leather shoes, padding across the floor just above me. I looked up. The third floor, the entire top story, had been sealed off for months, taped shut and marked as a hazard zone. The wet, shuffling feet traveled from the north end of the building, across the main reading room, and stopped directly over the head of my cot. The running had stopped, followed by a soft cry, and then silence. Fear is a funny thing. I wasn't brave, but I was exhausted and determined to maintain my sanity. I made my way to the second floor, but I saw nothing there. There were no footprints even. But as I stood there, waiting to see something, I heard the sound again, this time above me. The third floor. I went to the sealed stairwell and tore off the tape. I had to see what was making the sound. The third floor was Arctic cold. The windows had been stripped out for replacement, covered only by thin plastic sheeting that snapped loudly in the breeze. The floorboards were old and creaked under my weight. I started to follow the sound's trajectory, from the old children's stacks to the window overlooking the street. The floor was dusty, except for one spot near a large south-facing window. There, where the sun would have hit the floor had it been daytime, was a small, dark patch of melted water. And leading away from it, fading into the dust, was a distinct trail of tiny, wet footprints. They weren't footprints from my shoes. They were small enough to have belonged to a 4 or 5-year-old. The tracks led straight to the window. I shone my flashlight, and I saw sitting there a tarnished metal music box. I picked it up. It was heavy, cold to the touch. As I held it, a deep shiver went through me, but I don't think it was the cold. I heard the faintest, sweetest sound of child's laughter. And the music, while holding it in my hands, started to play. After holding it for a while, I wasn't scared. I decided to leave it where I'd found it. I finished my contract. I kept the boilers running, but every night I expected to hear a little girl's laughter or wet shoes running. And one other time, I did. I wondered, though, what was she doing there, and how could she move on? It's almost sad when you think about it. I don't think she was waiting for anything except maybe a friend. I was acquitted for manslaughter back in '98 for my participation in an exorcism. The charges were reduced from murder, then dropped after the jury was able to hear my testimony. Before my defense, if you were to simply read my case on paper, all of it would be too much to take in and digest fully. Even the reporters I first talked to couldn't wrap their minds around what I told them. It was against my best judgment talking to them. The things I said in the interview were taken out of context. Some of the answers I'd given were altered to better fit the narrative that the reporter was hoping that they could use to sell papers with. I believe accountability is the seed that grows character. And although my reasoning could be misinterpreted as excuses, I took full responsibility for everything that occurred. I was in charge of everything, and because of my poor judgment, I deserved to be stripped of my position in the church. Even if they hadn't requested my compliance, I was already planning on stepping down because the things I witnessed firsthand were enough to shake me to my core. Everything was documented in the exorcism's official ledger of accountability and confirmed by my assistant Adam as true. Claims and documents that weren't deemed admissible or shared in the court. Documents that would have drastically cut the length of my trial, and therefore the time that I spent sitting in a cell waiting to see a judge. The story was suppressed, and I was the lamb they chose to sacrifice in order to hide the truth. It's extremely easy to gaslight and pathologize a story of this nature. How could you not? If I was just some everyday Joe that worked in an office with no background in this specific religious field, I wouldn't believe it either. I wouldn't want to believe it. It feels better that way. It's safer to think that monsters aren't real because fake things can't hurt you. So, when you look at the case from a skeptic's point of view, you'll jump to other more grounded conclusions when questioning how two people lost their lives during an exorcism. It requires no effort for the church to cover things up in that rural township. The same cops that bring their families to church every Sunday are the very cops getting paid to look the other way, to tamper with evidence and influence the congregation's policies. After I was let go, I was harassed daily by the roving gang of local law enforcement. They would pull me over for any infraction they could find. Often they couldn't find one, so they'd make it up, giving me tickets for anything, just to simply waste my time, show me who was in charge. I'd like to say that I was brave and stood up to the bullying, and for a year I did, but it exhausted me physically and spiritually. And I realized I wasn't gaining anything by standing my ground, and they had no plans on welcoming me back to the community. Their agitations grew increasingly more violent. The straw that broke the camel's back was when I heard my front window get shattered in the middle of the night. I walked out into the living room, and the carpet was covered in glass. Through the shards of glass, still stuck in the window frame, I can see a car accelerate out of an exhaust plume that had collected around the tires while it had been idle. I watched stunned as the taillights shrank into the dark. Then I moved my gaze back to the foreground. There was nothing left of my front window. A football-sized rock with a note taped to it had glitterized glass into my carpet. The note was written in black Sharpie, ending with 3 cartoonish exclamation points. It said, "Call the cops." I stayed awake the rest of that night in fear that they'd come back and have full access to me with the giant hole they'd created. The very next day, I'd make a few calls and spend 6 months quietly working with an out-of-town realtor to sell my house. Then in '99, I filled as many of my worldly belongings into a single suitcase and took a Greyhound in the middle of the night. And 3 days later, I'd be in Georgia, spend the next couple of years getting back on my feet, working odd jobs, living with a charitable cousin that took pity on me until I could reinvent myself again. I say reinvent purposefully, because who I was is not who I am today. To a certain extent, it's good for everyone to say that, you know? Growing from who you used to be is healthy. I heard a joke that says, if you run into an old friend and they say you haven't changed one bit, that's not a compliment. It's not referring to your kindred spirit. In nice words, that's their way of telling you that since high school, your maturity level maintained consistent and how through you, they can see how far they've come comparatively. My reinvention didn't come from peaking in high school. On the contrary, I wouldn't say I had any sort of peak in high school, not even an incline. I focused diligently on my faith and studies, believing wholeheartedly what my purpose was on this planet. I was to serve God and spread His word however I could. To become an ordained priest, I did 4 years of undergraduate philosophy, theology, and an additional 4 years of seminary training. I passed with flying colors in my psychology screening and received my ordination by a bishop that I'll leave unnamed. The same bishop authorized me as a diocesan exorcist and formally assigned me to my district. In my apprenticeship, we didn't receive a single request for our assistance, and I spent most of my time memorizing the Ritual Romanum. It's our rule book for exorcisms. It would be long after my apprenticeship had ended that I'd receive my first real summon. The church didn't take every exorcism call we received. There was a strong vetting process to rule out the slew of other reasons an individual could believe they or a family member might be possessed. Needless to say, I was genuinely surprised when the church called upon my services. I now had an apprentice under me at the time, the young man I previously referenced as Adam. Small in stature, Adam reached only 5'4". In another life, he would have made a most successful career as a horse jockey with a slim frame that weighed 120 pounds, soaking wet. Taking him along with me was the first error I'd made that night. Even before we got to the house, there was a nervous pit in my stomach, one that I didn't tell Adam about. I was the lead priest, an expert in the field. So I paused to ask you what your definition of an expert is. I debated that question silently the entire trip there. See, during the philosophical chapters of my studies towards mastery, I read about Plato's allegory of the cave. Then, years later, I was reminded of this thought experiment as I sat in the passenger seat to our destination. When we arrived, the family already had the girl restrained to a wooden chair. She looked to be around 13 years old. I'm going to call her Katie. It was only the three of them living there. Mom, Dad, and Katie. The temperature inside the house was freezing. When we walked in, it was difficult to remain professional and ignore the state of the house. The walls were littered with holes and scratches. The smell of death hung in the air. We watched as Katie thrashed around in her chair, desperately trying to free herself. I approached her, and I said, "My name is Father B. I'm here to help you. Do you understand me?" Katie replied with a guttural tone that would have been impossible for a child to produce. It would be difficult for an adult to reach an octave this low, if not professionally trained as a baritone singer. She tilted back and laughed. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head. The parents anxiously whispered behind me, clutching holy medals and pacing. While Adam dims the lights and sets 4 candles in the corner of the room, I placed a chair directly facing the girl, about 3 or 4 feet away. Then Adam stood behind me, holding the ritual book. Before the beginning rite, I tell the family, when I begin, you may hear things that frighten you. You must not speak unless I ask. You must not touch her. And under no circumstances should anyone unfasten these restraints. I then began to perform invocation prayers designed to draw the demon out more. Katie stopped laughing, and for a brief moment the house was eerily silent. Her breathing shifted, and all of the candle's flames leaned in towards her. Her head tilted forward again, her eyes still rolled white. A line of red blood trickled from the corner of her mouth like drool. The deep voice returned, and her teeth were stained red with blood when she spoke. Her comments were directed towards Adam, addressing him by his name that had yet to be introduced. It made me proud how strong he was. In the true face of evil, Adam didn't shake. Next, I took out my holy water and gently sprinkled droplets over her, which gave an immediate response. Katie recoiled with ferocity, enough to break the back leg of the chair. The skin that was touched by holy water turned red and blotchy. I could hear the parents' fear start to rise as I started to sing the litany of saints. Adam responds with his ritual lines. The chair Katie's still tied to then started to shake and rattle on the ground in front of us. This is not the actual exorcism yet. What Adam and I did was successfully stir the nest. Now the exorcism could begin. My years of studies were put to the test, and I executed them with precision. Lifting up my crucifix, I said, "I command you, unclean spirit, in the name of Jesus Christ, reveal yourself." When Katie replied, her voice was a little girl's again. She started crying in hysterics, begging her mom and dad to untie her. They were gut-wrenching pleas for help, but nobody moved. Soon her voice was again replaced by a low, demonic growl. It laughed and accused the dad of previous infidelities, along with a flurry of other supposed vicious family secrets. Whether they were lies or issues that were ignored, neither parent budged from where they were standing. I'm going to refer to Katie as the demon now, because what I was dealing with was no longer a little girl. The demon had fully taken over Katie's body. I'd underestimated its power, and none of the books that I'd spent years studying could have prepared me for what happened next. With a wave of her left hand, the demon happily showed us that the fall did in fact allow her freedom from the restraints. Then she started rapidly digging at her other restraints, ripping the ropes along with the skin of her forearms with the nails of her freed hand. That's when I had to get on the ground to try to restrain her again, but her strength was overpowering. It took both Adam and the dad having to help hold her arms and legs as the demon kept putting up a fight. My attention was focused on tying her arms up again. What happened next was Adam's account. He says that he looked up and saw that all of the candles that we'd lit were now levitating in their respective corners. The candles looked like they were all on strings, hanging in the air. Then they all fell down from the sky, lighting the curtains and anything else they touched on fire. I could feel the heat, but wasn't aware of how fast it was spreading. Adam told the mom to go outside, call the fire department. But he says that she just stood there, like she was in a trance, breathing deeply, inhaling the black smoke until she collapsed. Seeing that, Adam had the wherewithal to not only get their house phone amongst the flames, but as he was calling emergency services, he was able to drag the mother outside. The dad and I remained inside, struggling to wrap the rope around the demon's arm as they bit and scratched at us. I could feel the heat of the fire getting close to me. It felt like my skin was starting to cook. I let go of the demon. I grabbed the dad by the shoulder, trying to pull him or at least signal that we needed to leave. But as soon as I let go, the demon got him in a headlock and squeezed. Nothing I did would have freed him from her grasp. With my last breath of oxygen, I was able to crawl out. Adam pulled me the rest of the way when he saw me exit the threshold of the smoky front door. My brain went into autopilot after that. The last thing I remember was Adam dragging me into the cold dew of the grass. I was told that I remained awake, that the police arrived to a house fire, 2 dead bodies, one of that being a child, and a priest shouting prayers in Latin and bleeding in the front yard. I was the lead. I took full responsibility for what happened. I gave Adam my house keys and told him that I have cats that he needed to feed. Then, the police arrested me. The prosecutors argued that the candles, my candles, were the true weapon that night. Ritual paraphernalia, they called them. A careless priest, an unstable girl, an open flame. A recipe for tragedy they insisted any reasonable man would have foreseen. They badgered me on the stand about procedure, protocol, evacuation plans. Why Latin? Why stay so long in a burning house? Why continue a rite instead of abandoning it? Every answer I gave only seemed to make me sound more unhinged. At least that's what I thought. But my lawyer took a different approach. He didn't try to make me sound heroic. He didn't even try to make me sound competent or convince the jury of demons. He argued that in a world of religious intervention, recognized by the state, authorized by the church, there exists a gray zone where intention supersedes methodology. He brought up obscure cases from the 50s, the 70s, times when courts reluctantly acknowledge that spiritual practice sits outside the neat lines of secular judgment. In that gray zone, he said, I'd acted accordingly to training, even if the results were catastrophic. The jury didn't absolve me. I could see it in their faces when the verdict was read, but they didn't condemn me either. So they chose the only option left. They let me walk out of that courtroom with a life that didn't feel like mine anymore. But they did let me walk out. I've shared this online before, on here, but if it's your first time reading this, I know how it's going to sound. So believe me or don't, but it's nice to get it out of your head. A couple of years ago, I moved into a small upstairs apartment in an old house that had been split into 3 units. The landlord was one of those hands-off types. He gave me the keys, mumbled something about storage in the basement, and left. The place was cheap, kind of crooked, and smelled like old dust and pine sol. Perfect for what I could afford. There was this little built-in shelf in the hallway, about shoulder height. It looked like it used to be a window, one that someone had sealed up and turned into a recessed shelf. The drywall around it had a bit of water staining, but nothing major. When I moved in, it was empty. I remember that specifically because I put my keys there for a lack of a better spot. About a week after I moved in, the painting showed up. I came home from work one evening, juggling my bag and my coffee, went to throw my keys into the empty shelf, and there it was. A framed oil painting. Old, like actually old, not Hobby Lobby vintage. Dark wooden frame, cracked in a few places, with those little decorative carved corners. The canvas was yellowed and slightly buckled. The image was a portrait of a woman, early 1900s, judging by the style. She had that severe middle-aged hair pulled back tight, high-collared dress. No jewelry. The background was just this muddy brown that faded darker around the edges. Her face was intense. Not screaming or crying or anything like that, just this hollow, flat stare that followed you whether you were standing in front of it or down the hall. I actually laughed at it because it scared the hell out of me when I saw it. I thought maybe the landlord had dropped it off, some leftover crap from a previous tenant. So I took a picture of it to send to my friend with the caption, "My apartment came with a haunted grandma." Something that maybe didn't click right away was that in her picture, the details of her face didn't show up quite right. The frame, the clothing, the background, all clear, but her face looked slightly blurred, like my camera was trying to focus and couldn't. I thought it was because my hands were shaky that I couldn't get a clear photo of it. I moved the painting off the shelf and leaned it against the wall on the floor. I was going to text my landlord, but I ended up forgetting once I got busy making dinner and dealing with unpacking boxes. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to this very quiet, deliberate sound from the hallway. A soft tapping. I don't live in a nice building, as I said. There are creaks, old pipes, neighbors, all of that in this old house, so I just tried to roll over and go back to sleep. But the tapping kept going, evenly spaced, like someone was in time with the world. After a few minutes of that, my brain woke up enough to get annoyed. I got out of bed, opened my bedroom door, and flipped on the hallway light. Silence. The hallway looked normal except for one thing. The painting was back on the built-in shelf, propped up perfectly, dead center, like it had never moved. I remember putting it on the floor because I was worried it would slide off the narrow shelf. Seeing it back in that spot made my stomach drop in this cold, nauseous way. My first thought was maybe I'd been half asleep earlier and just misremembered. Maybe I hadn't actually moved it. Maybe I'd only meant to. I picked it up again, took it back down the hall, and this time I set it on top of a stack of boxes in the living room, facing the wall. I even said out loud, "You stay here," trying to make a joke of it, because the other option was admitting how unnerved I was. The tapping didn't come back that night. What did start a few days later were the dreams. I started having this reoccurring dream where I was standing in the hallway of my apartment, facing the built-in shelf. Everything was dim, like the overhead light was on but covered in grime. I couldn't move, but I didn't feel frozen exactly. More like something was watching to see what I would do. In the dream, the painting was always there, on the shelf. The woman's face was clearer than it was in waking life. Every fine line and stretched bit of skin was defined. Her eyes, they were clearer too. But they weren't bright, just flat, sunken, a color somewhere between yellow and gray. And she was always a little different each time. One night her mouth was open just slightly, as if she'd been caught midway through speaking. Another, her head was facing, almost in an impossible way, more towards me. Once the background behind her wasn't muddy brown, it was darker, with these vague shapes that looked like hands reaching in from the edges. I'd wake up from my dreams with my heart racing and my back drenched in sweat. Every time I'd half expect to open my bedroom door and see that damn painting on the shelf. For a while, I didn't. It stayed in the living room, propped against a cabinet. I told myself I was just psyching myself out. Old houses and stress, too much caffeine. But then, my cat started reacting to it. I have a very chill cat. She sleeps anywhere, loves people, has never hissed at anything or anyone in her life. One night I was half watching TV, half scrolling on my phone, when I heard this low, weird noise. I looked over and she was sitting in the doorway to the living room, her back arched, tail puffed up, staring directly at the painting. She wasn't hissing, but this rumbling growl was coming out of her, not loud, but constant. Her ears were flat against her skull. I got up and picked her up, tried to soothe her, but she twisted out of my arms, ran down the hallway, hiding under my bed. For the next couple of days, she refused to go into the living room at all. She'd sit in the hallway, look towards it, like she was watching the doorway. I covered the painting with an old sheet. Call me superstitious, but it helped a little. At least I didn't have the dreams for a few days. But there was this wild feeling inside that apartment. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the air was thicker somehow. Every sound was a little too sharp. I'd catch myself holding my breath whenever I walked down the hall. Small things started happening. My keys would be in a place that I never left them. A cup on the counter would be a few inches over from where I'd set it earlier. Once my bedroom door swung shut so hard it rattled the frame, and every window in the place was closed. Then came the worst night, though. I woke up to the sound of my cat screeching. Not just a yowl, a full, horrible scream that I'd never heard. Certainly a noise she'd never made. I bolted out of the bedroom and ran into the hallway. She was in front of the built-in shelf, fur standing on end, clawing at the wall directly underneath it. Not the painting, the wall. She'd dig her claws in, pull back, dig again, over and over, like she was trying to get something out from behind the drywall. The sheet I'd thrown over the painting had fallen, and the painting was on the shelf. I swear to you, I hadn't moved it back there. Not a chance. I don't remember deciding to, but I grabbed the frame and I yanked it. The wood scratched my hand and I dropped it. The canvas hit the floor with a sharp crack that sounded wrong for something that was mostly fabric. My cat bolted from my bedroom. The light in the hallway flickered once and went out. I stood there in the dark, barely breathing. You know, the feeling you get when you're certain, not guessing but certain, that someone is standing directly behind you. That's exactly what it felt like. Except it wasn't a someone, but it was something. I couldn't bring myself to turn around. I just backed up slowly until my shoulders hit the opposite wall. For a second, I thought I could feel something between my shoulder blades, like ice water fingers pressing lightly, testing. And then it was gone. The light flickered back on like nothing had happened. The painting was on the floor, face down, frame splintered at one of the corners. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat at my kitchen table with all the lights on, my cat under the chair, my brain cycling through explanations that never made any real sense. So, try me. The next morning, I put the painting in the garbage. I carried it outside, and I threw it into the alley dumpster. I watched the lid slam shut over it, and that really should have been the end of it. And that night, I didn't have any dreams. The apartment did feel lighter, and my cat started walking into the living room again. I actually remember thinking, okay, it's done. I let myself believe that I'd just let an old creepy object get in my head. 2 days later, My landlord texts me out of nowhere. "Hey, did you put some old picture down in the basement? It's sitting on the shelf by the laundry. Kinda freaky looking, LOL. If it's yours, you might want to grab it before someone tosses it." I truly couldn't believe what he was saying, but at the same time I did. I moved out a month later. Officially, I told my friends it was because the place was too drafty and the neighbor's kid was too loud. That was true. It just wasn't the reason. I'm not a collector. I don't do figurines, dolls, antiques, none of it. But right before everything went to hell, I ended up with one. It wasn't on purpose. I'd moved into a new rental, small house, quiet street, older neighborhood. The previous tenants had left some of their stuff in the attic, and my landlord gave me permission to toss whatever I didn't want. Most of it was junk. Old baby clothes, a broken rocking horse, boxes of yellowed paperbacks. And then there was the figurine. It stood maybe 8 inches tall, porcelain, hand-painted. A little girl in a pale green dress with a bow at the collar. Her hair was blonde, carved into delicate waves. She held a tiny bouquet of wildflowers against her chest. Her face was what made me pause. Most figurines I've seen have blank, pleasant expressions, but this one, hers was almost too expressive, like the artist had captured someone's exact smile. Not happy or mischievous, more like she had a secret that she wasn't supposed to tell. I don't know why, but instead of throwing her out, I put her on a shelf in the living room while I cleaned the attic. I told myself it was because she looked expensive. In reality, I think it was just the way she seemed familiar, like a face I'd seen in a dream. It's hard to explain, but the house felt different when I came downstairs the next morning. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt watched? Like someone paused mid-movement and pretended they hadn't been staring at you? That's what it felt like. A tiny, sharp awareness somewhere near the shelf. The figurine was there. Same smile and pose. Except no. This is where I started gaslighting myself. I could have sworn that she hadn't been angled that way before. Didn't I leave her centered, facing outward? Now she was turned just slightly to the right, like she'd been looking over her shoulder at the hallway. I convinced myself I'd just misremembered. New house, long week, dust getting to me. Whatever you tell yourself. Later that night, I was watching TV when I heard a faint tick behind me. Not a crack or a creak, more like something small had tapped the porcelain. I turned around. She hadn't moved. Not that I could tell. I remember laughing at myself. It was a brittle kind of laugh where you're trying to preempt the fear. I even walked over and picked her up, studied her face. She looked harmless. Pretty, even. Her smile looked slightly deeper up close. The sculptor had carved the tiniest crease at the left corner of her mouth, giving the illusion of movement. Artistry, not reality. I told myself that over and over. But there was another incident, around 3 a.m. I woke up to a sound I can only describe as a footstep. Soft, light, like someone barefoot stepped onto the hardwood in the hallway. Just once. I held my breath and I listened. Nothing. Not even the house settling. It was dead silent. I finally got up and turned on the hallway light. I walked toward the living room. Everything looked normal from the doorway. I felt stupid for even checking. But in the morning, the figurine was facing directly toward the hallway. Body turned enough that it would have had to have been physically rotated. I stared at it for a long time. My brain tried every normal explanation. Must have bumped the shelf yesterday. Vibration from walking past it moved it little by little. Maybe my memory truly was that bad. But the smile, her smile even looked different. Not exaggerated, just subtly wider. I couldn't trust my own mind enough to decide if that was real or imagined. I moved her to the kitchen windowsill. I told myself that it was because the shelf was wobbly, but it was because I didn't want her near the bedroom hallway. That night I woke up again. Same time. Same soft footsteps. But this time I heard something else. Tiny scraping. Porcelain against wood. I froze. For the longest time I lay there listening, telling myself I was imagining everything. Finally, I cracked open my bedroom door. The kitchen light was off, but there was enough moonlight to see the windowsill. It was empty. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I might throw up. I fumbled for the switch and turned on the overhead. The figurine was on the counter, standing neatly beside the toaster. Perfectly upright, perfectly placed. For the first time, her smile looked wrong in a way I couldn't rationalize. Clearly different. It looked pleased. Something cold pressed on my back, like invisible fingertips brushing over my spine. I spun around to find nothing. That might have been my own panic, but the timing was too perfect. I put her in a shoebox, taped it shut, and stuffed it in the highest kitchen cabinet, out of sight. That didn't help. The next week would prove that I should have just thrown it away. Light tapping on the wall behind the cabinet, faint clicks like someone flicking a fingernail. The sound of something moving inside the cardboard box. Every morning the cabinet door was slightly ajar, not wide, just an inch, like something peeking out. I told myself I'd left it that way. Of course I did. I didn't really believe that, but it helped me feel safe. Then one night the noise stopped, and silence can be worse somehow. It feels like whatever is happening has turned its attention elsewhere. It's nerve-wracking. I made the mistake of relaxing, though, thinking maybe the noises had been pipes or settling wood. But around 4 a.m., later than usual, I woke up to a sound like tiny feet hitting the floor. This wasn't walking, it was running. Soft, rapid taps moving along the hallway floorboards. So fast and light it didn't sound human. It reached my bedroom door and stopped. I didn't move. The pause was the longest few seconds of my life. Then, the door handle trembled. It just quivered, like someone too small to actually grip it was brushing their fingers over the metal. The sound wasn't tapping, but a rapid, whispery, shrink sound as if nails were testing the texture. It wasn't aggressive, but it was obvious. I couldn't make myself get up this time. I stayed frozen until sunrise. When I finally did open the door, my entire body locked up. The shoebox was sitting in the middle of the hallway. I didn't think. I grabbed the shoebox, shoved everything into a plastic bag, and drove straight to the dumpster behind the grocery store 2 towns over. I threw the bag in, got back in the car, locked the doors, sat there actually shaking until my breathing normalized. The house was silent, peaceful even. My name is Maya, and I have a serious, borderline pathological relationship with thrift stores. I live for the unexpected find, the hidden gem, but in all my years of digging through musty racks, I've never found anything that carried the baggage of this particular piece. It was in a little shop outside of Portland, Oregon. Tucked away in a bin of moth-eaten wool was a sweater. It was heavy, dense, with a hand-knitted cable pattern in a hideous shade of ochre and mud brown. It felt dense, like chainmail, and looked like something pulled straight out of 1950. Objectively, it was awful, but the stitching, the patterns weren't just cables. They were intricate, geometric knots that looked impossibly complex, almost like a piece of basket weaving translated into wool. It felt strangely compelling, like a puzzle I had to own. I bought it for $8. The moment I slipped it on, problems started. First, the physical discomfort. It wasn't just itchy, it was aggressive. The wool felt like it was laced with fine glass shards pressed against my skin. It made me instantly clammy, and a little dizzy sensation washes over me. It was a kind of vertigo that you get when you stand up too fast. I had to take it off almost immediately. I almost tossed it, but the pattern kept drawing me back. I convinced myself I just needed to wear a thick shirt underneath. The second attempt was arguably worse. I wore it out to a coffee shop, pairing it ironically with my ripped black jeans. As soon as I stepped inside the brightly lit space, the feeling of pressure returned, intensifying into a low-grade migraine. The dizziness, however, was accompanied by something new, sensory dislocation. I was standing there, ordering an oat milk latte, when the visual field warped. The modern tile floor beneath my boots momentarily shimmered, and for one vivid second, I wasn't looking at tile. I was looking at thick, damp, wide wooden planks. The sound of the espresso machine suddenly dulled, replaced by the faint, muffled ring of an old landline telephone echoing from somewhere nearby. It lasted only a flicker, maybe half a second, but it was intensely real. I could smell the distinct aroma of cabbage cooking and stale cigarettes, not burnt coffee. I swayed, clutching the counter, trying to reconcile the sight of the barista with the immediate memory of seeing a heavy, dark green vinyl chair right where the counter should have been. I ripped the sweater off right there in the coffee shop, stuffing the itchy mess into my tote bag. The dizziness subsided instantly. The smell of cabbage vanished. My mind reset. I did try to rationalize with myself. Low blood sugar, an odd reaction to the wool dye, but I couldn't shake the intensity of those sensory details. The damp wood, specific smells. These weren't generic memories. They felt like someone else's lived experience, if that makes sense. The final time was at home. Late at night, I put the sweater on, determined to figure out what its secret was, or just to stay warm and lazily not wanting to find something else. I sat on my couch, wrapped in its aggressive itchiness, holding a glass of water. The experience was slightly overwhelming this time. The temporal displacement didn't just flicker. It lingered. My apartment, it seemed to vanish, replaced by a small, cramped room lit by a single bare hanging bulb. I could feel the stiff, scratchy upholstery of an old armchair beneath me, one that wasn't my own. My hands, which were my own, were holding the glass of water, but my internal consciousness was preoccupied with the feeling of heavy, urgent anxiety and the worry of being late for something. I looked down at the hand holding the water. It was still mine, but it looked older, slightly arthritic. I saw a ring, a plain gold band on the fourth finger, which I'd never worn. And then I looked across the room. Through the intense shimmering of my vision, I saw her, the original owner, I presume, standing at an old stove, her back to me, wearing a similar thick woolen skirt. She turned her head slightly, and I saw the flash of a woman's worried, tired face, her eyes wide with anxiety, all of her feelings transmitted directly into my own chest. The sheer terror I was feeling wasn't in seeing a ghost, but in realizing that I was her, or rather, that the sweater was forcing my consciousness to briefly occupy her moment, her worry, her reality. I felt her heartbeat, her specific, aching tension. I could feel it. Eventually, I pulled the sweater over my head, tearing it off like it was catching fire because my skin felt such a way. As the brown wool hit the floor, the memory broke. I felt not connected, not as I had. I was just back in my sleek, modern apartment, gasping for breath, and my own pulse returning to its regular rhythm with a little help from deep breathing. I considered that the sweater's last chance. I didn't try to clean it or sell it. I burned it. I never wanted anyone to feel the weight of another person's anxiety or pain like that again, or the confusion of having my own life temporarily overwritten. It didn't seem necessary, and somehow burning it felt like a way to set something free. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm, a dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed, with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. This happened last winter. I was driving home from a late shift around 2 a.m. on a stretch of Colorado highway that cuts through mostly empty terrain. The snow had been coming down all evening, not the soft, pretty kind either. This was heavy, blinding. Thick flakes, the kind that swallows everything. Visibility was garbage, but I didn't want to spend the night at work. I just wanted my bed. I knew the road. I'd driven it tired before and in worse weather. That kind of false confidence is probably what got me into trouble. It happened so fast. 1 second I was doing maybe 45, radio low, eyes on the dark edge of the road, and the next, the back of the car kicked out from under me. I didn't even register the ice until it was too late. I spun once, maybe twice. Everything blurred. I remember the scream of the tires and then the weightless, floaty feeling as the car left the shoulder. I went down an embankment. There was a hard impact, and then a roll, and then another. When everything finally stopped, the silence is violent. I was upside down, Still strapped in, my arms hanging, head pressed against the ceiling. The world was sideways. Broken glass sparkling all around me in the light from the dome bulb, which was flickering like it couldn't decide if it wanted to stay alive or not. I didn't move right away. I think I was in shock. I kept blinking, trying to understand what I was seeing. The snow outside had this soft blue glow, but inside the car, everything was shadows and pain. And then the panic hit. I started checking my arms, legs, ribs, head. Nothing was broken, but my left leg was pinned at a weird angle between the center console and the dash. It felt like it was on fire. My chest hurt from the seatbelt, and I had blood in my mouth from biting my tongue. I tried the horn and nothing. Radio dead. I reached for where I thought my phone had been, but it was gone, somewhere in the mess. Or maybe it flew out during the roll. I remember swearing under my breath over and over, trying not to scream. And then the realization, no one saw me crash. It hit like a weight. There was no traffic, no streetlights, just darkness, snow, silence. I was off the road enough that unless someone literally stopped and looked down the embankment, they wouldn't see the car. And snow was surely already starting to fill in the tire tracks. I yelled anyway, just out of instinct. My voice sounded so small, dead on the snow. I started trying to twist free. The seatbelt had locked tight and I couldn't reach the release without making the pain in my legs spike. I grabbed onto the ceiling and pulled until I could get enough leverage to unclip. I dropped hard onto the roof. From there, it was a blur of pain and desperation. I reached into the back, digging under junk until I found a tire iron. I used it to smash out the passenger side window, to crawl through. It took 3 tries, and the sound, it hurt. Everything hurt. Cold air rushed in, snowflakes swirling in like they'd been waiting for an invitation from me. I crawled out, dragging my leg behind me. My heart was pounding. The slope was steep, and the snow made everything slick. It took everything I had to get up to that highway. When I finally reached the edge of the road, I just collapsed on the shoulder, half buried in the drift. I remember watching the road and thinking, this is where I die, on the side of a road that I've driven 100 times. Then a pair of headlights. A car slowed. I couldn't even wave. I just held up my hand. The guy pulled over and sprinted to me, said he almost missed me completely. Paramedics said I was lucky. Mild hypothermia, sprained leg, concussion, nothing permanent. But it stuck with me. I keep an emergency kit in the trunk of my car now. Thermal blanket, flashlights, flares, snacks, portable charger, even a whistle. And I don't drive tired. Not in the snow. Not in the dark. Not anymore. Because no matter how well you know the road, when a storm comes, you're just a passenger, and you don't control anything. I just saw the strangest thing happen. Thankfully, my husband was driving, so he saw it too. Clear as day. He and I were driving home from the store. We live at a pretty high elevation, and it's been snowing off and on. It's coming down as I'm writing this, but it was only sprinkling lightly while we were driving home. Some accumulation on the grass, things like that. There's a small gravel road behind the grocery store that wraps around to the main street. I was sitting in the passenger seat. We're both looking straight out the window. The winds had been consistently moving the small flakes around, but in front of us, it looks like a focused breeze is swirling a pile of snow. It begins to gather and take the shape of a person walking towards the car. I quietly stared at it in complete disbelief. I thought my eyes had possibly deceived me by mixing the snow on the windshield with the background. But then my husband points to exactly where I'm staring and says, "What's going on over there?" We're about 20 yards away and already driving extra slow. I hate using this as a reference, but I literally can't think of another way to describe what we were watching, other than it looked like when Thanos does that snap thing and turns everyone to dust. It was like that, but reversed, and pure white snow. It was a fully formed, thin, human-shaped figure by the time we approached it. Then, all the snow separated again and fell straight down, just before it reached my passenger window. We were both dumbstruck. My husband never lost pace with the 10 miles per hour speed limit on the road. A little further down, we saw another person forming. This one was walking at an angle, in a different direction, further down the road. We watched again as gusts of wind blew the snowflakes around to create another human shape, but unique to the first one we saw. This one was taller, had broad shoulders. Then, like the first one, after a few seconds of exiting, becoming whole and walking a short distance, the wind scattered the flakes around, back to the grass. We didn't feel threatened or any impending doom. Uneasy, yes, and maybe if more started collecting around us, my account would be different, but mostly I was like, what the hell is happening over here? I'm a bit angry I had to witness something my mind couldn't process. Does snow stick to ghosts? Could this be paranormal? Because me and my husband, both hands down without a doubt, saw two different figures form and disappear in the snow. I can't wait for summer. I don't know if my experience really depicts a transparent or not human figure that usually comes to mind when thinking of a ghost, but I don't know what else to call it. The whole thing is inexplicable, I guess. When we moved into this area, no one had built a home on this particular plot, like ever, so we anxiously awaited for construction to wrap up so we could move in. Excited to be in a spacious, brand new home, never lived in by anyone. The time came and we quickly moved in and set everything up. Everything was so bright, shiny, full of dreams for the future. It was the beginning of our lives together. Everything was perfect. Now I had heard stories from other people in the area, things whispered about in private amongst trusted friends. My friend's family was from the area, a few blocks away, and growing up I heard them talk about some things they'd encountered. I listened and didn't doubt what they saw, but it was safe to say I forgot all about it. This was my friend's eccentric aunt. Who knows what she was into? I heard them but never really registered that these were actual things that had happened, or things I needed to worry about. So, back to moving into our new home. The stories that I'd heard 15 years ago, they didn't come to mind. We got all set up and the first little while was blissfully peaceful. A place all to ourselves. Thinking about wedding planning and such. At first, it was just a loud bang in the middle of the night. We chalked it up to a new house, settling, something shifting in the cupboards. Then it started to become something that we couldn't explain away. The previously locked and checked back door would be heard, the lock clicking as it was unlocked, and then slowly swung open. As the months went on, it became bolder and bolder. My fiancé and I would have friends over for dinner and a movie. They'd stop eating or pause the movie to ask, "Who's upstairs?" As heavy, painfully slow footsteps moved around above our head, clearly heard by all. It sounded like a person wearing large, heavy work boots was walking over the wood floors, like a man heavy-set. They just paced from room to room and through the halls. Sometimes the click of a door handle opening would also be heard. It walked further into the room, and something would be knocked over, slamming to the floor. Of course, the guys would run upstairs, only to find that nothing was there, and no one. Our friends would seem on edge for the rest of the night, eager to leave after. The noise from the second floor carried on throughout the evening. If we were upstairs and in bed, it sounded like someone was rifling through our kitchen cupboards and pantry, pot clanging, boxes shifting. It was very loud and intentional. But as soon as you went downstairs to investigate, the noise would stop. If you were in bed upstairs, the footsteps would slowly creep up the stairs. One step would creak, just as heavy and just as slow. Some nights, my heart was beating out of my chest because it would make its way to the top of the stairs, and it was as if the owner of the heavy boot steps would walk through my bedroom door any second. Talk about anxiety. As it carried on through the months, any overpowering feeling of being watched, it appeared. There was just a heaviness to the atmosphere in the home, which was never present before, not in our relationship anyway. It felt so thick. One week I had to leave on a trip with my fiancé staying behind. He was in the shower on my first night away, and something screamed at him. He said it was so loud and ugly, he hit the floor. It sounded like it was coming from every direction. He stayed at our friend's place for the rest of the week, refusing to go back home. Something else happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. When I was home alone at night, I'd be tucked into bed reading with my dog sleeping at the end of the bed. I'd suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the darkest corner of the room, where the closet was. I'd ignore it and continue reading. My dog would suddenly jump up from a deep slumber, and he'd just stand there, staring into the corner intently, the same place I felt I was being watched from. He was a timid dog who never barked. For that first year, I didn't think he even had a voice. He was so quiet. But he let out a loud, scary, alerting of actual danger growl, and his hair would stand straight up. He backed his little body into my foot, as if he was trying to protect me. Eventually, the feeling would pass, and he'd lay back down and go back to sleep. I thought that ignoring whatever was happening was the best way to deal with it. Give it no attention. It sort of came to a head one bright autumn day. Our upstairs bedrooms have large windows that let in a ton of natural light from all sides. They were open all day. The sun was low but so bright in the sky, and it filled every corner of the house. I went upstairs to charge my phone, check emails, and I got sidetracked with a quick iPhone game. I was laying horizontally across the bed, facing the door to the hallway, when slowly this blacker than black, very large and very tall figure slowly and silently glided through the middle of the hallway. It was not like a shadow. It was like it absorbed 100% of the light. I had seen it clearly. It looked like it was wearing a large, wide-brimmed, flat-top hat with a heavy, long jacket down to the ankles. It was pure black, with a crisp outline against the brightly lit walls. It moved left to right, past the door, and straight into the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like the air left the room and my lungs. My mind went blank. What the hell was that? I lay there in silence. My fiancé was busily cooking dinner downstairs. I could hear him, but I was too afraid to move. I processed what I had just seen and leapt off the bed, went tearing down the stairs. My parents had actually heard the thing in the house. That's when we brought our minister in. We had a house blessing and warming, and for a while, things were actually quieting down. Several months passed, just enough for us to let our guard down, I guess. However, things between me and my fiancé started to shift. We decided to take a break, and he moved out. Then this presence came back with vengeance, like our minister suggested it would. It became even louder, even stronger, and the feeling of being watched was intense. During this period, it started to throw things across the kitchen into the dining room. Several heavy objects scattered in a 20-foot-long trail. One morning, I found the countertops and the top of the refrigerator cleared, as if someone cleared off a desk in one aggressive swipe, flinging contents everywhere. The back door would be found open nightly, despite having the door and the lock changed, or checked and rechecked. During intense thunder and lightning storms, this thing seemed to get stronger. It made more noise all throughout the night. It scared the hell out of my 13-year-old sister, who only wanted to spend her weekends with me. She woke up to hearing and physically feeling the vibrations from the footfalls as it was pacing around her bed. One night, it felt as if someone heavy sat on the edge of my bed. The springs actually made a strained noise, and I felt the bed shift. My pastor told me if I didn't start attending church, it would come back threefold, and it did. I didn't go back to church, though. Instead, I moved out of that house. My ex-fiancé and I got back together, bought a condo somewhere a bit further from town, and got married. We both sort of couldn't understand why we separated to begin with. Still can't. Ghost, demon, or what? We blame the house, and we're happy it's behind us. I still can't believe the things that went on there. Hopefully the new owners had better luck. My older sister was a real bitch in our younger years. She and her friends used to always bully me. Yeah, I was the typical little sibling always following her around, our parents telling her to bring her little sister everywhere she went. I get it. But some of the shit that they did was really mean. One Halloween night, I decided to enact a revenge plot that me and my friend Devin had been planning since July. We were like 11 at the time. My sister and her friends were 12 or 13 years old. If everything would have gone as planned, I think that we thought we could have devised the most ingenious, diabolical plan a couple of 10 and 11-year-olds have ever thought of. I'll first tell you the basis of our original plan, how it was supposed to go, and then I'll tell you how it really went. We were going to scare the absolute shit out of them and capture it all on Devin's little camcorder she got for her birthday. Then keep the film as a form of blackmail. That night, I told my mom not to pressure my sister to take me out because Devin's mom would be taking us around that night. She was cool with that. I told her we were having a sleepover, and she dropped me off before the sunset that night. In reality, Devin's mom was going to go to the bar a few hours after I was dropped off. Just enough time for her to answer the door, wave to my mom in the car. Neither of them the wiser that Devin and I had planned all of this. Her mom thought we were staying in that night. She even ordered us a pizza and rented some horror movies from Blockbuster. Maddie had softball practice that night, and right after my mom dropped me off, she went on her way to pick up Maddie. Maddie is my sister. We reasoned it would take at least an hour and a half for her to get home, get ready, and leave to trick-or-treat with her friends that night. Earlier in the week, I'd used my teacher's colored printer to print up some sleek, full-page size candy bar wrappers, under the pretense that they were going to be used as decorations. She didn't care, just told me not to glue them to the wall. I didn't know why she told me that, and it upset me that she assumed that I'd glue paper to the wall like I didn't know any better. But I let it go. Later, Devin and I wrapped some of her mom's old empty smoke cartons. They didn't need to be fully covered because only the tops would be showing. Gigantic candy bars that made Devin's bag look like it was going to pop at the seams. I think we did a pretty damn good job at this. Anything less in the next part of our plan wouldn't have worked. The goal was to make it look like she'd scored big at a random house that wasn't so random. Devin's neighbor's house had been condemned since the summer, when we started planning all of this. When the fall came around, every time I'd go over to Devin's house, we'd sneak over there through the adjoining backyards and into the house through an unlocked cellar door. We only had to do that part once, though. We kept the back door unlocked and went in through there the other times. The daytime didn't make the house look any more appealing. Perfect for a Halloween prank. Terribly sad that someone actually used to live in there. It took us weeks, but we cleared out the entryway mess, dusted the curtains, and removed any visible clutter, stuff that would be visible from the front windows. By the time we were done, no amount of childlike imagining could make this disgusting hellhole look anything more than a disgusting hellhole. But from the outside, and a few feet in front of the doorway, it didn't look like a condemned hellhole. And that's all we really needed. Finally, the night had arrived and we had everything in place. Devin and I communicated via her old baby monitors. We filled her bag with the fake candy bars, and she was to go out and find my sister and her group, pretend their encounter was purely by chance. My sister knew Devin, and she knew that I was supposed to be with her. When she stops her, Devin will show them her bag, tell the group that we'd found a jackpot house. She told them the family was still trying to fit as many of these things into her bag as they could. She asked if they wanted her to show them where the house was, and those gullible fools insisted that she did. Devin's house is down a little alleyway that turns down a smaller alleyway, mostly covered in trees and overgrown bushes. She has a few neighbors, but the street's set up really weird, where there's only like 3 houses on the block, all angled in a weird triangle. There's a few open slots where people had planned to build, but most of those held the overgrown bushes where their best intentions went to die. You would have no reason to go down that area, even if you went out of your way to find it. There were no decorations, and none of the 3 houses looked like they could afford to keep the lights on, let alone a stack of giant candy bars, but somehow they still bought it. I watched them come down the block from the second-story window. Devin led the group toward the house, and I laughed to myself, watching all of their giddy faces approach. A few of them were comparing the size of their bags to see who could get more candy. Up to this point, our plan had gone perfectly. What should have happened next was them to knock on the door. That's when I'd pull a long fishing line that we'd threaded through the stairs to make the slightly ajar door open on its own. Devin would encourage them to walk inside. I'd press play on a tape player that would start blasting scary noises through Devin's shitty little speakers. That would have terrified the group. Then I would have come down the stairs dressed as a ghost and chased them through the house Scooby-Doo style until they ran back out the front door with tears in their eyes back to their homes. Meanwhile, Devin and I would laugh and point at them as they ran away. So, we get to the part where I pull the fishing line. I hear Devin do her thing, coaxing the kids to go further in. Then, just before my finger hits play on the spooky noises, the house shakes with a huge boom. A cloud of dust blows up the stairway where I was hiding, and from below, the sound of my sister and her friends' screams fill the air. As the dust settled, I peered around the corner and saw that the whole entryway of the house had collapsed under the weight of all of the kids standing on it. The front door was still opened, swinging above the rubble. It sounded like a couple of them had gotten hurt in the fall. But what I heard next was arguably scarier than the crash itself. One of my sister's friends lets out an ungodly shriek, screaming, "Oh my God, there's something down here." Everyone started screaming like they were falling all over again. I can hear them make their way out of the basement from the cellar doors slapping on the walls outside the house. Their running and screaming faded into the distance, and I was left sitting on the stairs. After a few minutes of listening to the house slowly disintegrate around me, I called out, "Devin," a few times, only to figure out that I was completely alone in there. Or so I thought. The hole in the front door didn't block my only exit, because I could have still gone through the back door. That wasn't the issue. After the other kids had left, I started to hear more movement in the basement, more than creaks and cracks. It sounded like full-on deep grunts and growls, followed by heavy thumps up the basement stairway. Before I could open the door, I quickly stood up from the stairs and barricaded myself in one of the upstairs rooms with a broken, moldy dresser. I sat in there with my back against the wall. The whole room smelled like mold and dirt, but I didn't dare leave. I stayed as quiet as I could while listening to what my imagination made to be hooves running up and down the stairs from the first to the second floor. Its pace, although incredibly fast, sounded like human strides, but the way they popped on the wood sounded like hooves or high heels. It ran past my door a few times, but never tried to get inside. This went on for what felt like hours, until it just stopped with no resolution. I don't think I heard it leave. It was impossible to get an idea if it was upstairs or downstairs when the thrashing ceased. After that thought, it felt like a couple of hours had passed before my mom's voice yelled my name. She was with Devin and my sister, who both chalked me up to being dead. Devin stayed the night with us that night, and after that night, we weren't allowed to hang out that much anymore. I was definitely never allowed to go over to her house, but she could come over to mine. Given the circumstances, though, things could have ended up way worse than they did. I know one of my sister's friends broke their arm in the fall. I think another lost a tooth or something. Nothing disfiguring or life-changing in that sense. That was unfortunately the last Halloween that I ever dressed up, too. The next year, my friends group didn't think that it was cool anymore, and so I got to leave my last innocent childhood memory like that. We would have gotten them so good, though, if that whole floor thing wouldn't have happened. Never got any resolution on what was down there in the basement. My sister said it looked like a person, but what I heard sounded far from a person. I don't know. I hate that this tarnished my childhood. It's like finding the tooth fairy had been smothered to death under your pillow, accidentally. Like, there it goes. That sense of wonder and excitement was real, but brought to light in the most tragic fucking way possible. Whatever. Ghosts and demons are real. I don't know what else I could have heard zooming around the house that night. If anything, though, we were the villains here, and I understand why something would be upset with kids destroying the place it called home. It wasn't on purpose, though, and whether it be a hoof demon or ghost wearing high heels, it should also know that, too. I'm sure it's forgiven us by now, right? I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, she's pointing at the upstairs window." More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work, but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind, though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me, but I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily, so he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the 2 bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So, as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out. "Get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out." I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year, fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage, though, just in case. A lot of sage. I was never much of a kid person, meaning I didn't really babysit or do things like that, but one summer I was broke, like really broke. So when Miss Peterson called my mom to ask if I could watch her son Liam, I told her that I was available all week. Cash under the table was the only kind of cash that mattered to me, and it was instant. Plus, Liam was a quiet kid. How hard could it be? Their place was up on Cedar Street. It was one of those big stone houses that looked like they were built during the Civil War. It had that smell, too. Not bad, just old wood and dust, a little bit of mildew smell. The kind you can't really seem to get out of a place with a cellar. Liam, the kid, was about 8. Sweet kid, quiet, like I said. But the minute his parents kissed him goodnight and the front door shut, his whole demeanor changed. He got this intense look in his eyes, like he was trying to stare through a wall. "We have to stay in the living room, okay?" he whispered. He was curled up tight on the sofa, clutching a ratty stuffed dog. "Don't go near the cellar door. Ever." The cellar door was right there, too, maybe 10 feet away. It was one of those heavy wooden doors, painted maybe 3 different colors over the years, and it had a big brass skeleton key lock. I laughed it off, trying to sound like a grown-up instead of a nervous 16-year-old. "What's in the cellar, Liam? Spiders?" He shook his head, a little too slowly. "The thin man is down there. He waits for the house to get really, really quiet. He doesn't like sound." I figured he'd been watching too many spooky cartoons, but then he got real serious, pulling on my sleeve. "He doesn't have a face, Sarah. He knows things. Like when I'm alone. The things you try to forget, or that you don't want to know anymore. He remembers." As eerie as it all was, I told him he was being silly, but I felt a chill anyway. We settled in to watch some movie about a talking bear until he finally started drooping around 10 o'clock. I walked him up the wide, creaking staircase to his room and tucked him in. I went back downstairs, turned off the TV, and that's when the quiet really hit, and so did Liam's words. It wasn't just quiet. It was a heavy silence that only old houses seem to have. I was sitting on the couch reading through Liam's mom's magazines, trying to ignore that feeling that I wasn't alone. Then, maybe 11:30 p.m., I heard something. It wasn't a loud noise, nothing you'd notice if the TV was on, but it wasn't. It was this faint, dry scratching, like a long fingernail dragging down a piece of rough wood, coming from the cellar door. I froze up, magazine halfway to my face. I told myself it was the pipes, or maybe the dog next door, or a tree branch. Anything. I was hoping for anything but what it sounded like. I sat there for a solid minute, holding my breath, and it stopped. I let out a puff of air and reached for my soda. And that's when the doorknob started moving. It was one of those old white porcelain handles. I watched, horrified, as it turned, millimeter by millimeter. It was agonizingly slow. It didn't make a sound. It was like watching something happen, but not understanding how. Where was the sound to accompany it? It kept turning until it hit a spot where it could click open, and then it stopped. The door didn't fly open, it didn't even creak open. It just moved inward by maybe an inch and stopped dead, leaving a black, sharp, vertical gap. The air in the room was genuinely colder, like walking into a freezer section at the grocery store. I could see my breath, but I couldn't move or scream. I stared into that gap, expecting to see something, anything, a shadow, a hand, but it was just pure blackness. That's when the whisper came out. It wasn't the sound of talking. It was more like the sound was being pushed through dry leaves. It was so low I almost missed it. But it went straight through the silence and landed perfectly in my head. You should have stopped her, Sara. My stomach dropped. I was sweating instantly. 2 years ago, my sister, who I was fighting with, drove drunk from a party. I knew she was drunk, but she was supposed to pick me up. So I begged her. She crashed a mile down the road, and she was paralyzed from the waist down. The accident wasn't a secret, but the guilt, the specific memory of begging her to leave, of basically putting her on the road, that was locked inside my own miserable brain. And what I just heard, it wasn't a question. It wasn't an accusation. It was just a cold, undeniable statement of a private sin. I finally found my legs. I hurled myself up the stairs and found myself retreating to the same position that Liam had been in earlier on the couch in the living room. I stayed like that for hours. By the time Miss Peterson was home, she was surprised to see that I was still awake. I told her I couldn't sleep. That was the first and last time I ever babysat. And I try to avoid cellars wherever possible. Because what the hell was that? There's an old song that says, if you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. And I don't think that's embodied anyone better than my friend Donnie. I don't gotta worry about him stumbling on this story and reading it because Donnie doesn't go on these kinds of radical pages. Dang, I'm even gonna have to denounce his title of my friend. Donnie's a giant man that I work with. He rides a motorcycle without a helmet because he doesn't want to fuck up his greased back thinning hair, and he harasses the female employees on a regular basis. He has no problem talking loudly about his weekend escapades with the male coworkers, who are both unimpressed and uncomfortable, maintaining their professional behavior while Donnie spouts off about the illegal pleasures he elicits. But today was different. Different enough for me to document it in some way because I really might be able to follow up on it depending how everything goes. So Donnie came into work late this morning. It was the first time that I'd seen his hair not combed to perfection. All of him looked swamped. It looked like he hadn't slept for days. I may be biased on my opinion of what he looked like because of what I was told, and that only came from one source. Nobody else seemed to notice Donnie's unprofessional attire, but a real friend of mine named Zelly works on the same floor as me, and when Donnie came in, he went straight to her desk and asked her to talk somewhere private. Zelly added that it wasn't a flirty request, desperate in an authentic way. So Zelly and him walked out of the office over to a private meeting room. I spied on them through the window, and at one point, it looked like he was going to take his shirt off. That's not what he was trying to do, though, and I'm glad I didn't storm in there. When it looked like they were getting ready to leave, I ran back to my desk. After they exited, he turned the other way and left the building again. And Zelly came back, making long, meaningful eye contact with me the whole time. She came over to sit at my desk. I asked what that was about. I'm told that Donnie misidentified her as Native American. Zelly is Italian, but she let him finish his thought before correcting him. Donnie tells her that he went out hunting over the weekend with a few of his friends. He got a deer in his crosshairs and took it down with one shot. But when he walked the 100 or so yards to the body, it had already decomposed. Same deer that he'd seen in the scope. The entry wound from the bullet was still warm, but the meat around it was cold, like the deer had been dead long before he'd shot it. Zelly says Donnie's eyes started to fill up like he was going to cry. He said that when he touched the deer's body, he felt an energy enter him. He couldn't explain it any more than that. He started to get overheated and sick, so his friends canceled their hunting plans to take him to the hospital. Doctors took blood samples, but nobody could help. Every night since then, including last night, he had paralyzing nightmares that he says aren't nightmares because he swears he's wide awake when he sees this tall man with a hunched back standing at the end of his bed. Donnie says that he's missing his lower jaw and that his eyes are all black. He's been showing up ever since he shot that deer, and he doesn't know how to make him stop. Unbuttoning his shirt, Donnie reveals a literal mark on his ribs, like someone had given him a slap of a lifetime. Zelly did admit that she thought the markings looked weird, skinny and long, almost like whip marks all extending from one wide pancake center point. I had her draw it on a piece of paper. It looked like a small frying pan with 5 long handles. Donnie winced when he lifted his shirt and told Zelly they're excruciatingly raw. The veins around the red area were all aggravated as well. She empathized with his pain because Zelly's a nice girl, but she also had to ask why he was showing her this. That's when he tells her that he's afraid there's a demon or something in his house. He thinks it's trying to possess him. Pointing to his head, Donnie claimed that he could feel it changing him inside. Thoughts that aren't his own entering his head without permission. He thinks because this demon's associated with nature that he needs a Native American shaman to help exorcise it. When Zelly told him that she was Italian, he almost broke down in tears, asking if she knew any Native Americans. Finally, she's like, "Donnie, you need to go get that checked out." He asks, "Does it look that bad?" And she tells him for sure it does. Zelly again had to re-describe the frying pan-sized bruise with even more vivid detail. Apparently, it was that crazy looking. Wild shit, right? Donnie didn't come back today. I'm curious if he'll be back this week or at all. The stuff he told Zelly about changing him inside, it really gave me a bad feeling. I told her to tell HR what happened, but I don't know if she did or not. I'm going to have to follow up on it tomorrow, but yeah, what do I do now? We had a pretty big grizzly bear that would wander onto our property from time to time. My husband John named it the Blimp because, dear God, this was a round bear. We have a variety of other bears around, but the Blimp was a spectacle to behold. Whatever her diet consisted of did not involve cardio or climbing. We thought Blimp was a pregnant grizzly the first time we saw it. But when she never gave birth and continued getting bigger, we started to reconsider our first assumption. Our house and the other properties around us are relatively new, and still, we're the furthest you can reach before the road ends in a roundabout whose only entrance is its only exit. We don't mind its isolation, nor do we mind the occasional visits from the larger wildlife population. Blimp was never a nuisance. We have bear-proof trash bins out here for obvious reasons. One morning, John and I were unloading groceries from the truck after church when Blimp came out of the woods, less than 5 yards away. Both of us stopped what we were doing and held our breath. Up close, Blimp is by far the biggest bear I've ever seen in real life. She was so large that her walk was more of a waddle as she scooted by. She didn't even look in our direction. She must have seen we were there, but she couldn't have cared less about our presence. John dove into the back seat as I jumped into the passenger seat and we slammed the doors of the truck. Then we watched Blimp continue through the tree line out our front yard. I think Blimp might have been one of the grizzlies that I could have possibly outrun at least endurance-wise. Though, thankfully, my bold theory never had to be tested. Blimp was a chill bear. I'm sad to say, however, that this story breaks my heart before terror sinks in. One evening, near the end of last year, John went out to get firewood. It was a task that he did regularly, but this night, he'd returned with tragic news that Blimp had been killed. It was heartbreaking. Both of us are big animal lovers, and we'd really grown accustomed to having Blimp around. Surely an animal that size did not have predators. She wouldn't have been able to grow so plump otherwise. I asked if it looked like she'd been shot. Was it possible one of our neighbors didn't have such a passive relationship towards a giant grizzly waddling through? John says no. He's white as a sheet. As he tells me, the scene he came across was much more troubling than an accidental or even intentional killing by anything he could think of. And certainly, a gun was not responsible for this carnage. A ways beyond the grassy part of the backyard, there's a long pathway starting at the bushes by the tree line. This leads to another small clearing in the forest. There, we have a chopping block made from an old stump and a beautiful fire pit that John welded himself. When John finished collecting the wood, he turned around with the bundle in his arms and noticed one of the trees was a completely different color. Walking closer to inspect this anomaly in nature, John would discover that it's only the side facing him that seems to be splashed with this pigment. A wide red streak, starting from the base of the tree, straight up into its branches. As John got closer, the red line looked wet. He placed a finger into the liquid. It was much thinner than the sappy consistency he was expecting to touch. Then, John visually begins to follow this red trail all the way up. John saw Blimp. Its limbs dangled as her body laid straddling a thick branch high up in the trees. The rib bones are exposed from a wound that looks like something had taken bites from her. Blimp's head was missing altogether. Touching the blood between his fingers again, it registers to John that the sickening mess of carnage above him had recently happened. Quickly scanning the other branches near the body, John starts to slowly back out from under the tree. The lack of noise around him became discernible as John's footsteps and heartbeat soon became the loudest sound he could hear. It was like the forest around him fell into stasis. A wave of nausea suddenly hit John with such force that he began dry heaving. Growing with the pain in his stomach was the overwhelming feeling that he was being watched. All sense of safety was pulled away in the atmospheric fluctuation, and that's when John rushed back to the house. With terror stuttering his words, that was his declaration. The next morning, we both went out to the fire pit to get a better look at the situation. I know some of you wouldn't, but there was no way I couldn't see it for myself, the mess John described. It seemed incomprehensible, and I was going to see what my husband saw, if for no other reason than sharing what's now a core memory. It was easy to see the blood in the daylight, and we noticed a trail started before the tree. There was a streak coming from further in the woods where Blimp had been dragged from. Claw marks cut deep into the bark of the trees nearest, all leading to a part of the grass that was saturated in blood and pieces of Blimp's fur. No way a mountain lion could have done something like that. Even if they got lucky and did somehow get the better of Blimp, it's absurd to think they'd be strong enough to drag the body vertically up a tree. I'm quite sure 0 North American wild animals possess the strength to accomplish such a feat. Also, when John and I actually walked to the bloodied tree and looked up, the body was no longer in the branches. I would have thought to ask if we had the wrong tree if it wasn't obviously the only tree with a river of blood climbing one side. What was left of Blimp was gone, most likely retrieved by whatever got the best of her. The next week, we set up a large fence that surrounded our house. We also got a semi-automatic and a Dalmatian named after one of the Marx brothers. Now, almost 6 months later, tensions have settled a bit. No new evidence has been presented to further our suspicions of an invasive apex predator. Though, there are some parts of our 20 acres that we don't bother exploring because they're simply too overgrown by thick woods. We try to make our way around the other areas of our property monthly to check on things, make sure we don't have anyone camping on the land, stuff like that. Recently, John and I were doing one of these routine checks with Harpo. He's up ahead sniffing and peeing on things, and I see him pick up a scent that gets him curious. The wagging of his tail stops, and he's focused on locating the source of the smell. It brings him towards a bush that he quickly starts digging and climbing into the vines of, all the way until his upper half disappears. My attention now is on Harpo's excitement, and I'm wondering what he's going to pull out of the bushes. Harpo begins tugging on something that he's got a hold of. The bush shakes as Harpo struggles to free the object. Finally, the branches snap and release Harpo backwards, with his new treasure tightly clenched in his teeth. At first glance, it looked like Harpo caught a giant raccoon in his mouth. I sprinted at him and yelled for him to drop it. Harpo does, and it falls in the grass. I recognize it as not being a raccoon. Harpo had a bear skull. Part of it, anyway. I got the leash out of my backpack, and Harpo walked closer to us. A river runs through the end of our property. It's the line that separates us and our neighbor's property. Harpo's always been a fan of playing in the water on our walks. So when we got there, I unhooked the leash from his collar, but Harpo didn't leave our side. Instead of running off as he normally would, he stayed glued to our hip all the way back to the house. So far, it's been the same ever since that day. We'll see how long that behavior sticks around. Since then, we've gone on plenty more walks around the property. Last weekend, we got the courage to make s'mores in the fire pit. We surely haven't solved any mysteries, but at this point, I think we're just grateful nothing happened to either of us out there, and that we feel somewhat safe again. We aren't exactly close to our neighbors, but I'm tempted to talk to the family or couple a mile down the road. They've lived here longer than the rest of us, and it just makes me wonder, what do they know about this area that we should know? I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair, wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood, because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude, so when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me. and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter standing there. My brother isn't small either, and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time, next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live. And she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet, and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently, while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. So when I was 16, my dad remarried, and I got a 5-year-old stepbrother that I'll call Sammy. His dad went to prison the year prior, and he didn't talk very much afterwards, not to people at least. When he and his mom moved in, the only thing he did was watch TV and hug his blue cat like a security blanket. The cat was called Babby, and she was Sammy's only friend. He didn't want to spend time with anyone else, and the toy never left his sight. His room was next to mine, and I could hear him talking to it at night. I couldn't make out all the words, but he was clearly having a conversation. After a few weeks of this, I heard someone answer him. This wasn't a 5-year-old making a funny voice, and it definitely wasn't his mother. It sounded like an old woman. I thought some crazy lady broke in to kidnap him. My body moved on its own, and I was opening his door before I knew it. His abundance of nightlights made it easy to see, but Sammy was the only one there, just him and Babby. He looked at me confused and a little nervous. I hadn't actually gone into his room before. While casually checking his closet and under the bed, I asked who he'd been talking to, and he pointed to the raggedy blue cat. The only window was still locked, and there was no sign of anyone else being in there. I was speechless. The next day, I told my dad what happened, But he convinced me that I imagined the voice, and then a week later, I heard the same old woman again. Instead of running into the other room, I placed my ear against the wall to listen. Sammy asked, "When?" And the voice replied, "Now." Next, Sammy asked, "Where is it?" And the voice answered, "Follow me." I heard my stepbrother get out of bed and open his door, but only him. There was no second set of footsteps. Once he made it to the kitchen, I followed him out the back door, stopping only to check his room, which was again empty. When I caught up to him, he was a few yards away from going into the woods. I was yelling his name the entire time, but Sammy said that he never heard me, not until I was right in front of him. He was clutching onto that cat toy like a sacred object. At first, he tried to walk past me, and I had to physically stop him. By then, my screams had woken our parents, and my dad carried my stepbrother back inside. I told them everything that happened, but Sammy said he didn't remember anything before I got there. The following day, the doctor said he experienced a sleepwalking episode, one that woke me up, and I was just confusing a dream with reality. Never mind that I hadn't been asleep when it happened. When we got home, Sammy came into my room to say that Babby was mad at me for ruining their trip. Apparently, the cat was taking him to see his house, and now they had to wait. I asked him why he didn't say that to our parents, and he said Babby told him not to. Extra locks were placed on the doors, and everyone was on full alert for the next couple of months. Sammy stopped talking to Babby when others could hear, and he learned to whisper during the night conversations. Even if I stuck my ear to the wall, I couldn't hear well enough to know what was said. After a while, I stopped trying, and eventually started to forget about it altogether. The more time that passed, the easier it was to rationalize the impossible, until I went to bed one night and woke up to the sound of my creaky door opening. A set of footsteps crossed the room, and I sat up in a panic, but nothing was there. The temperature, however, felt like it had dropped 10 degrees since I went to sleep, but it was the middle of summer in Arizona, so not cold. My door was wide open, and there was no way that I could go back to sleep without closing it. Halfway across my room, I tripped over something and fell hard onto the wood floor. When I got the lights on, there was absolutely nothing there that could have tripped me, not even a rug. The floor was completely clear. A few days later, I was getting a box of cereal out of the pantry when a soup can fell from the top shelf and hit me in the head. It left a painful bruise, and I knew those cans had been pushed way back, away from the edge. We didn't really eat soup, so they'd been up there since my mom moved out more than a year prior. I wasn't climbing on the shelves. I wasn't even touching them. Why would one suddenly fall? The final straw was a couple of weeks later when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. As I was walking in, 2 hands shoved me to the ground, and I just managed to catch myself before my head slammed on the toilet. I screamed. I turned to see who shoved me, yet, again, no one was there. I also never heard any footsteps. Nothing. My cries brought my dad running, and, too upset to think, I just told him the truth. When he didn't believe me, I got even more upset and told him everything that had been happening to me. That weekend, I moved 2 hours away to live with my mother. She believed me and helped me to get over the whole thing, but I held a grudge against my dad for a long time. A couple of years later, he came to my high school graduation, and he took me to lunch before the ceremony. He apologized and said a bunch of stuff about wanting what was best for me, but the truth is, he just didn't want me causing drama around his new wife. None of that mattered, though. I was happier with my mom. As it turns out, we didn't have quite so many reasons to fight without Dad's drama in our lives. The only reason I even agreed to have lunch was so that I could ask him the one thing I cared about. Does Sammy still have Babby? And no, he did not. 3 months after I left, They caught my stepbrother trying to pry the extra lock from the back door with a butcher knife. He cut his hand very badly and needed stitches, and his doctor recommended a psychiatrist. It didn't take long for the shrink to find out about his attachment to the creepy cat and disprove the sleepwalking diagnosis. The kid admitted to being awake when I chased him outside and how Babby wanted to hurt me. The doctor explained it all away with the new marriage and adjustment periods, and our parents believed her. But then things got worse. When they got home, Sammy was terrified of being alone because Babby was angry at him. He went into full hysterics if his mom even walked into the next room. Hoping to help him calm down, they put the cat in the bottom of my closet and let him sleep in their bed. But he still couldn't calm down, not until his mom promised to keep watch all night. She stayed awake long enough to be sure Sammy was asleep before turning in herself. And Dad doesn't have much patience for that sort of thing, so he stayed up late watching TV in the living room. When he went to bed, he found Babby on the bedroom floor, facing the bed. He was so freaked out and annoyed that he took it outside and burned it right there on the spot. Sammy started to get better after that, but Dad never really knew what to make of it all. That's why it took him 2 years to tell me what happened. We obviously have a lot of family issues, but those aside, I know that cat had something evil in it. Several years ago, I worked at a value village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this value village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghost just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, the distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, Those shopping carts are possessed. Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store. And then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city. And one day over the last year, I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. Wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles and then takes a hard right out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that He's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. I am someone who values precision. I track my mileage, my heart rate, and my caloric intake down to the decimal. Hiking isn't really an escape for me. It's a rigorous exercise in control. I know the local trails in the Columbia Gorge better than I know my own apartment layout. And that's why the 15 minutes that I'm about to speak about completely broke me. It happened last spring on the Eagle Creek Trail, a route that I've taken at least 50 times, no exaggeration. I was about 4 miles in, heading up toward the falls. At 3:05 p.m., I stopped to photograph a huge, oddly shaped cedar, a landmark that I used to calibrate my pace. I checked my GPS, checked my heart rate monitor, and pressed the button on my cheap, trusty stopwatch, just to time the next descent segment. I remember turning away from the cedar, taking 2 steps toward the incline, and inhaling a deep breath of pine-scented air. And then nothing. The next sensation was an overwhelming wave of disorientation, a cold nausea that felt like waking up from a deep, dreamless sleep. My chest was tight. My phone said 3:20. I immediately stopped my stopwatch and it read 15:02. 15 minutes and 2 seconds were gone. I wasn't injured. My pack was still snug. My water bottle was still capped. But I was no longer standing 2 steps past the cedar. I was 100 yards back down the trail, near a little stream crossing I'd passed long ago. How I had moved backwards, uphill, without noticing, was impossible. My control shattered. I'm not the kind of person who hallucinates or blacks out. I systematically began the terrifying task of retracing my steps. I walked back up to the cedar tree, checked the path. Had I slipped? Hit my head? There were no signs of a struggle or scuff marks in the dirt. No blood. But when I got back to the spot where I'd woken up, near the stream, I noticed something that hadn't been there before. Tucked away between 2 boulders, not naturally, but with deliberate, meticulous care, was a small 3-tiered pile of stones. A cairn. My heart started to pound with a bit of franticness, uneven rhythm. I knew the trail. I knew the cairn hadn't been there at 3:05. It was too fresh. The stones looked recently disturbed. And the stones themselves weren't typical of the immediate area. They were smooth, dark river rocks. Someone must have carried them from the stream bed. I had built it. I had to have. During those 15 minutes, something seemed to have taken over my consciousness and marched me backwards down the trail. I gathered those specific rocks and built a small, ritualistic pile, a marker. And I had zero recollection of the labor, but I knew that I'd been hijacked. Hijacked of that time. I was suddenly filled with this unimaginable dread, and I couldn't bring myself to finish the hike, which I should go on record and say I don't do. I ran down the mountain, my precision abandoned for pure, blinding panic. What did I do for those 15 minutes? What did I leave behind that wasn't that? Did I interact with anyone? Did I say anything in my own voice? The next day, the paranoia was a physical weight. I checked my phone logs, my financial records, anything that would show an outside interaction. Nothing. It was a clean break. But when I got home and unpacked my gear, I found one final devastating piece of evidence that something had gone wrong. Tucked deep in the coin pocket of my hiking shorts, which I'd worn unwashed since the incident, was a single small, perfectly black stone. It wasn't one of the dark river rocks from the cairn. This was an obsidian smooth one, completely foreign to the trail, and not one I remember picking up. I knew I hadn't picked it up. Yet, I must have. I don't know what happened on that mountain, but a day later I was just looking in the bathroom mirror, and just above my right ear, where it was easily covered by my hair, I saw a mark. It wasn't really a bruise. It was this faint linear scratch, perfectly horizontal. It was so fine that it looked like a pencil mark, but I'd never seen it before, and it lasted for days. And sure, that could be nothing, but I do know this. There's a 15-minute hole in my life, and during that time, I believe I was fully functional. My body was active, and my consciousness was elsewhere. And the thing that replaced it was quiet, and I think it left a small mark. I just have no idea why. But I find that I look at people around me closely, my colleagues, my neighbors. I'm just checking for signs of their own lost moments or marks. That probably sounds crazy, but you have to understand that this experience, it felt crazy. And I've never had anything like it happen before or since. And I've been basically paranoid about it for 5 years. Still, nothing, but always, what was it? The apartment was a typical, forgettable slice of 1970s architecture. Low ceilings, popcorn texture, and the persistent smell of old cooking oil and damp cupboard. I took it because it was cheap and close to the night shift job at the distribution center. My life was defined by the tangible, rent checks, clock-in times, and the aching reality of standing on concrete floors for 8 hours straight. I believed in gravity, thermodynamics, and the certainty that if you dropped a plate, it would break. Nothing more, nothing less. The only strange thing about apartment 3B was the stain. It wasn't a water stain, but a patch of discoloration on the ceiling, directly above the center of the main bedroom. It was roughly elliptical, a smear of deep, almost oily gray against the off-white paint. I initially assumed it was residual smoke damage from a former tenant or someone who'd tried to cover up a leak. I tried to scrub it once with a sponge and industrial cleaner, but it did nothing except peel back a tiny, disappointing curl of the old paint. I mentally filed it under landlord's problem, and I got on with my life, centering my battered futon right beneath it. For the first few months, the only thing that bothered me was the light, or rather the absence of light. The stained patch seemed to absorb the light, making the corner of the room directly below it perpetually feel shadowed. Even in the middle of the day, the shift in reality began subtly, in the small physical ways that a tired mind usually dismisses. It started with the weight. Every night after dragging myself home, showering, and collapsing onto the futon, I would feel an almost imperceptible pressure settling over me. It wasn't the weight of a blanket or the fatigue of my job. It was localized and heavy, a dull, constant force pressing down, primarily centered on my chest and upper body. I'd wake up soaked in cold sweats, gasping, convinced I'd been having a nightmare about being buried alive, only to find the room silent and the overhead stain watching me. I started stacking textbooks on my nightstand just to feel the satisfying, reassuring weight of something solid nearby. There were those sounds, though. They weren't supernatural wails. They were entirely mundane, but unusual. the creak of the floorboards above me, but at 3:15 a.m., when I knew the tenant upstairs, an elderly woman named Mrs. Petrov, was deep asleep. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged, muffled but distinct, followed by a loud, shuddering thump. I'd go check on her, wondering if she was okay. Obviously, she was asleep, but it got to the point where I had the landlord check on her. I started feeling crazy. I didn't want her to think that I thought something was wrong with her, but what the hell were these noises? And I wasn't going to go pounding on the ceiling. Anyway, one evening while standing on a stepladder to replace a burnt-out bulb, I was finally close enough to the stain to examine it real properly. It certainly wasn't smoke or oil. In the harsh glare of the new bulb, I saw the impossible truth etched into that plaster. It was composed of 5 distinct elongated finger marks and a thick, blurred palm area. It was an enormous, deeply impressed handprint, as if someone or something had pushed up against the ceiling or been pushed down onto it. I wasn't sure how it got there, but I didn't like how it felt, and something about the recognition broke my skepticism. I stood on that ladder, frozen, staring at the physical evidence of something strange. This wasn't a shadow or a bad dream. This was something physical. Something had been crushed against the structural limit of that room, and the stain was the consequence. I started sleeping in the living room, but the feeling followed. The pressure was no longer just on my chest. It was a psychological anchor dragging me down. I began to feel the phantom weight of my own hands, the ghostly, burning soreness that comes after lifting something far too heavy for far too long. The peak came one freezing night. I was just trying to fall asleep, wrapped up tight in a sleeping bag, when the weight returned, crushing and immediate. It felt like I'd been submerged in deep water. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. And then, I didn't just feel the pressure. I felt the recoil, a sudden, violent release of force that felt like a spring being uncoiled inside the apartment. The ceiling above the bedroom gave a single loud crack, and a fine dust of plaster rained down onto the empty futon. I scrambled up and stared at the bedroom doorway. The ceiling handprint was still there. I could see it clearly now. Accompanying it, a fresh hairline fracture radiated outward from the center of the palm, a tiny scar in the physical world. I realized the residual energy wasn't just a feeling, it was a constant contained spring, always on the verge of pushing back somehow. I moved out just a few weeks later, abandoning my security deposit and part of my possessions. I told the landlord that there was a noise problem. He barely looked up from his newspaper. Something told me he was aware. It's been over 5 years. I live in a new city in a bright, modern apartment with 9-foot ceilings. I'm financially stable, eat well. My life is by all external measures calm and predictable. But I am perpetually tired. I carry the memory of that force every single day. I can still feel the ghost of that tremendous, unimaginable pressure. The pressure needed to leave a physical print on structural plaster. It may not have left me with any physical scars, but mentally, I certainly feel it left its mark. My husband and I went to see a psychic one day. We were out for a drive, and when we saw a big looming psychic reader sign on the side of the road, we went just for the fun of it. After that visit, I always thought something bad followed us home. First, it started as horrible dreams. One night I was home alone and having an afternoon nap on our living room couch. I dreamt an old, witchy-looking woman came down the stairs, which was situated next to the couch that I was laying on. She was carrying a lighted lamp. She stooped down to where I was on the couch and she let out an evil laugh as she blew the lamp out right in front of my face. I dismissed it as a really bad, evil dream. However, things soon escalated. One late night, when my family was fast asleep and I was having a midnight snack downstairs, my son's electrical toy started, and it started moving across the floor. I just dismissed it as wonky batteries. We moved soon afterwards to another house, but it felt like it kept following us. Things were getting worse. My husband's health started to get bad. He would have mysterious, excruciating back pain that came and went. Insomnia attacks for both of us that lasted several months. My young son, he would have night terrors that would make him run to our room with a bloody nose, night after night, forcing me to start sleeping in his room for several years. He was sleepwalking, and good thing I managed to catch him as he was headed toward the stairs. When I reached him, he was still sleeping, but he was very agitated and said, I'm dead, and I can't find my way back." My husband and I were both present when that happened, and my son was only 10 years old at the time. Then it started mimicking family members. It would mimic me when I was away at work early, and my husband slept in as he was unwell. Someone who looked like me sat by the bed with her back towards him, and then just left the room as he called out to her. It mimicked my son, entering my bedroom one morning, playfully suffocating me with a comforter. I chased after him, found my son fast asleep on his bed. One time, on a weekend, I took an afternoon nap as my husband watched TV downstairs. He came rushing up the stairs and barged into the room. When I asked him why, he said he heard me calling out, screaming, a blood-curdling scream. He got worried. Apparently, my son, who was in his room, heard it too. I never screamed. Once we confirmed it wasn't our neighbors, we didn't really know what to do, so we just brushed it off. This thing would lock doors daily with no explanation, and we would have to pry them open with a screwdriver. It would make fire alarms go off randomly. There is a room upstairs that we use for guests, in which my mother-in-law uses when she comes to visit. It felt like an epicenter of ghostly activity. If you walk past it, you would feel like someone is chasing after you. By the way, my mother-in-law stayed in that room for 6 months while visiting us, and when she left, she got diagnosed with oral cancer, and she's a health freak. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's odd. One time, I slipped down the stairs and hurt my back as I walked past that room. Another time, I brought a wrought iron St. Michael's medallion home. I wore it while sleeping as a bracelet one day. When I was racked by an irrational fear and I couldn't sleep, I fell asleep, and towards the morning, I removed the bracelet and kept it under my pillow. When I woke up the next morning and looked under the pillow, it was all in pieces. A very strange thing to occur, as it was welded together with no open links. One night I was using my iPad before bed, and then I kept it on the side table just before sleeping. The next day, I found it on the far corner of the room, face up as if someone had put it there neatly. We called a Catholic priest twice to bless the house. It didn't go away quickly, but daily prayer and playing holy music, it worked. We've been living in the house for 6 years now, and it finally feels like a normal house. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I've considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, he ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. I think I technically have two ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working. But it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at. But nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation, and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days. Sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts? I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. So, I want to tell you about my Uncle Derek and my cousin Dennis. Derek is my mom's younger brother, and they also have another sister between them, my Aunt Pam. Their dad was abusive, and their mom was submissive towards him, so their childhood was rough. My mom was the only one to move away from the toxic small town they lived in, while both of her siblings stayed and got hooked on drugs. And I don't mean they smoked weed and took fun party drugs. We're talking the meth variety. Pam married her own abusive husband, and he supports her habits. But Derek didn't have that luxury. He got married right out of high school. Both of his sons were born addicted to drugs, and his wife left him when the youngest was only 2. In order to pay the bills, Derek went to work on a land rig, and my grandparents took care of his sons while he was gone. The rig paid a lot of money, yet he always needed my grandparents to pay for anything the boys needed. Clothes, food, school supplies, everything. Derek also needed help paying his bills every month, and that also fell on my grandparents. That's how expensive his habit was, until he got fired for failing a drug test. Fast forward to the present. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, and my grandmother is going to lose her house because she still supports Derek and both of his sons. Every week, she or my aunt go to the food bank for him because he can't be bothered to go for himself. And they can't afford to buy his groceries anymore. Derek's oldest, Colby, is around 30. He's been in prison since he was 18. He won't be released anytime soon either, and that's a whole messed up story unto itself. His youngest, Dennis, is in his early 20s, with a wife and a son of his own, but no job. His child was likewise born addicted to drugs and suffers permanent mental deficits because of it. The four of them live in an 80s single-wide trailer that has holes in the walls and floors, plus it's missing several of the interior doors. Needless to say, that also means it's filled with old wiring and rotting materials, but hey, it's paid for. Dennis may not have a job, but he does sell enough party favors to pay for their habit. Unfortunately, that's not the safest line of business to be in. Again, this is a very small community. Everyone knows everyone and where they live. My poor younger cousin wasn't gifted with much in the way of common sense, so he often bragged about his enterprise to anyone who happened to be around. Earlier this year, his mouth finally caught up with him, and four guys decided to relieve him of his supplies. They were people he hung out with and considered friends, but they didn't have any money that night. Nor did they have to break in since none of the locks worked. Uncle Derek had passed out after being awake 4 or 5 days, so he was dead to the world. Dennis and his wife didn't wake up until all four guys were standing in their room. Anyone who's lived in those old single wides knows that they usually have the master at one end, the second bedroom at the opposite end, and though it's small, there's a tiny third room in the middle of the hall. The baby was in the third room, and there's a bathroom between the two. It's relevant. They wanted everything Dennis was holding, and he wouldn't get hurt. I know people say that in movies and then they end up dead anyway, but these guys were kids his age, just looking for an easy high. They knew Dennis wouldn't go to the police, and he has a reputation for being a bit of a wuss. Well, he tried to fight back anyway, not with his fists or a gun or anything useful. No, all he could get to was a lighter and a can of Lysol. What he thought was going to happen, none of us will ever know. From what I've heard, even he doesn't know. The reality, however, is that he burned some of the exposed insulation sticking out of the back wall, and it started spreading fast. Now, technically, it did scare the intruders enough that they left without the drugs. This is true. But the entire wall was catching and had already started spreading to the carpet. The fact that most of their neighbors were the type to stay up for several nights in a row saved their house. Dennis's wife got the baby outside right away. He was completely unharmed, though she and Dennis both suffered damage from smoke inhalation. It took 3 men to drag my uncle out of the house because he couldn't wake up. Meanwhile, the whole street had began working together to contain the fire. They were able to do enough that the fire department got it out just as it was working its way to the baby's room. I don't know if that's something that insurance would cover. I've personally never had it come up, but they don't have insurance, so it's a moot point. They couldn't live with my grandmother because she wouldn't have a house in another 6 months, and no one else had room for them. Well, no one willing to take them anyway. So what did they do? They blocked off the back bedroom and bathroom, and they continued to live there. Dennis and his wife moved in with the baby, and everyone shares the master bedroom. The kicker? Dennis's stash burned up in the fire, so he lost it all anyway. He received second-degree burns to his hands and arms, all trying to save his drugs before being dragged out of the house. They still wouldn't press charges on the 4 guys. It's a very snitches-end-up-in-ditches community over there. And Dennis's new reason for not having a job is PTSD. Never mind, he didn't work before the fire. I truly don't know how they're going to survive once my grandmother is gone. When she loses the house, she has to move in with my parents. And even if my mom's plans to make her cut off Derek fails, she won't be around forever. I've been reading horror since I was 8 years old, but the stories that come from my uncle and his sons are the most terrifying shit I've heard in my life. Remember, kids, weed is all you need. leave the rest of the mess alone. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze. holding our breath in fear until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. "1986. I was 14 years old visiting my dad in Alberta, Canada. After my parents had separated, my dad decided to live out in a small house in the woods, about an hour and a half away from the nearest town, off the grid. This was his dream, and he allowed me to experience it with him every other weekend. We would go hiking, hunting, kayaking, bird watching, you name it. We'd sometimes camp outside in the woods. And that's where I saw it. It was one of those camping trips I went on with my dad, where not only did I see a Bigfoot, but it was terribly close to me. My dad and I found a spot pretty deep in the brush to set up camp, and when night fell, we decided to sleep in our sleeping bags outside to watch the stars. My dad fell asleep pretty quickly, but it was a bit harder for me. I remember trying extremely hard to fall asleep that night, but to be honest, even though by that time I had been on plenty of camping trips with my dad, I was still pretty freaked out by the forest at night. This fear kept me awake all through the night. I remember that at a certain point, when I was just starting to finally drift into sleep, I heard something come out of the trees, snapping twigs loudly as it walked on towards us. My dad still fast asleep, and now I was basically pissing my pants. I thought some strange person was walking on towards our campsite, but as I squinted my eyes open a bit, I could see that only about 10 feet away from me was an enormous, hairy creature that stood and walked on 2 legs like a human would. Obviously, I wanted to scream out in fear, but I tried my best to pretend I was asleep in hopes that it would just eventually move along. I think the creature, which I now believe to be a Bigfoot, was attracted to the smell of the meat my dad had been cooking. And strangely, it didn't seem the least bit interested in us. It seemed more interested in just slowly walking around and out of our campsite. Presumably, they were looking for some food and must have thought we had some. But I have to tell you that not only was I scared at the sight of the giant hairy man, but I was also sickened by the pungent and overwhelming odor that the beast was emitting. Eventually, the Bigfoot seemed to get bored and disappeared into the darkness. I remember trembling in my sleeping bag, not being able to sleep the rest of the night. I didn't tell my father about it until he woke up the next morning, because I was afraid if I tried to wake him up during the night, the creature might have seen us awake, or even heard us, and I wasn't willing to find out how it would react when it did. When I told my dad about it, he just told me it was probably a large bear walking around on his hind legs. But I described to him that the creature was extremely human-like, walked like a person would. He chalked it up to me either hallucinating from fear or that I wasn't aware I was dreaming. To this day, I know exactly what I saw. It was about 9 feet tall, with extremely long, matted brown hair all over its body, including its face, which to me seemed to look very human-like in a primitive sort of way. I'll never forget the horrible stench that made me want to vomit. That was probably the longest and most terrifying night of my life, but afterwards, I came to honor the experience because I would come to realize that the creature was undoubtedly a Bigfoot. And I was one of those few people who got the chance to see it extremely up close. So, to all you skeptics out there, I understand your incredulity, but believe me, I've experienced it firsthand, and there's no doubt that these creatures exist. I'm not sure how abundant they are, but they truly exist. And they're not only scary looking and smelly, but they're fascinating to see. And even though I only remember hearing the Bigfoot grunt and growl a bit, I feel that they're more human-like than ape-like due to the appearance of that face. That was actually the scariest part. Seeing not only was there a strange giant creature creeping around my campsite, but it was a very human-like, albeit extremely hairy creature. When I say hairy, I really mean it. I've never seen so much hair on the body of any creature. And that's my story. You can believe it or not, but I'd advise you to believe it because they're out there. It's not a myth. Unfortunately, or maybe I should say fortunately, I never encountered one after that. But the image stays clear in my head to this day. In fact, there have been many nights since then where I have dreams and I'm reliving the experience. My words here can never do justice to what I saw that night as a kid. I can never describe to you just how otherworldly and surreal the situation was. But it was real. I know I wasn't dreaming because I could not get to sleep the whole night. In fact, I was very wide awake, even though I pretended to sleep while every now and then opening my eyes slightly to catch glimpses of the Bigfoot. To this day, I'm greatly affected by the experience because it changed my whole perception of the world. After that, I would never doubt the possibility of anything existing, not even things like vampires, aliens, or the chupacabra. I learned from that night to always keep an open mind when hearing about the seemingly impossible, because I myself encountered a creature long thought and still thought to be purely a myth by most people. So, thanks for reading, and thanks to all the other people who have encountered Bigfoot like I have and have shared their stories. Stay strong, and know that even though most people will never believe what you've been through, there are loads of people out there, like me, that know you're telling the truth. My mother is from India, and every couple of years, we would go stay with my grandparents. They lived in a small, poor village, and I never liked going. The smells were awful, the food was terrible, and I still don't like to think about the water. But those were minor issues. The real problem was the demon. At least, we would consider it a demon. Over there, maybe a djinn. I don't really know. They have lots of beliefs about demons over there, but I never spent much time learning about it. The vast majority of my adolescence was spent in Atlanta, and I was insecure about my heritage, so I generally rejected anything to do with it. Now that my grandparents have passed away, I deeply regret my reluctance, but I digress. What I do know is that something isn't right about the land they lived on. From as young as I can remember, there were strict rules about not getting out of bed at night, or in my case, a pallet on the floor next to my parents' bed. Everyone slept with different idols and charms above their heads. They were supposed to protect us, but only if we stayed put. When I was younger, I believed every word of it. My parents always made sure that I used the bathroom before bed, and I even had bells tied to my ankles at one point. At night, I'd hear footsteps puttering around the dirt floor, and sometimes there would be scratching on the walls or a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. They weren't red or anything, just glowing like an animal's eyes, but we didn't have any pets. The most frightening night of those years happened when I was 7. I was almost asleep when a set of footsteps came into my room and stopped directly next to me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut behind my blanket, but the top of my head was still exposed, and I felt a warm breath of air on my head. It was like a big animal hovering over me, sniffing. The last time we visited, I was 14 and in the throes of a particularly strong, rebellious streak. I thought my family was paranoid, that the footsteps and heavy breaths were just my cousins. They always resented me for having a better life. The glowing eyes and the scratching noises, they were wild animals coming to steal food because the walls had so many holes. I was just too young and naive to see it before, I thought. Well, this was my year to prove it. During our first night, I decided to chase down anyone who moved. It was almost 3 a.m. when I woke up to something walking in the hallway, and I was moving towards it in an instant. My parents kept a candle burning in the center of the room. Dirt floors, not a fire hazard. They used it as an extra barrier against the demon, and I grabbed it as I passed by. The footsteps suddenly began moving in the opposite direction, towards the back door. To me, this confirmed that my cousins hadn't expected me to actually investigate, and now they were trying to get away. So I chased them right into the backyard. When I got there, I saw a dark figure, one the exact same size as my older cousin, shooting into the tall grass. I went literally 2 steps in, just a few feet behind him, when my mother's voice made me freeze mid-stride. She had followed me outside and was screaming for me to stop. At first, I was relieved, because I was about to have proof that the bad, scary stuff was actually just my shitty cousin. But as I stepped backwards, a 10 to 12-foot spectacled cobra struck out exactly where my foot had been. If I'd taken one more step, it would have gotten to me, and there's no way I had a chance of making it to a hospital in time. My initial reaction was anger. I was so focused on proving there was no demon that I forgot about the very real dangers that snakes present in India. Even more so since my cousin should have known better. We've lost family members to cobras. Most people in that village have. I couldn't imagine him running into that grass. I'd gone in right behind him, though. So how had he not been bitten? I ran away from there faster than I've ran in my life, straight past my hysterical mother, and into the house where I intended to show everyone that the cousin I suspected was gone. I wanted to shove the whole thing in their faces. But my cousin was sleeping in his bed. All of them were. Not one person was missing. Now I know you're going to think that someone doubled back through the front door, but they didn't. Even though I stopped at the sound of my mom's voice, the figure's footsteps never did. I could hear them continuing in the complete opposite direction and into the distance. No one is that fast. Plus, it's a tiny house. They would have woken everyone trying to rush back inside. So, who or what led me straight into a cobra without getting bit themselves? This whole incident only reaffirmed my family's belief in the demon. They believe it ran into the field and took the form of the cobra. But my mom was able to save me just in time. Technically, she did save me, but I don't know if I can believe that the snake was anything but a snake. Part of me wants to say that we had an intruder that got extremely lucky, but another part of me has to wonder, what are the odds that we have an intruder on that night of all nights? I'm fully aware of all the stories going around where homeless people live in someone's attic or crawl space, but we're not talking about America. This was a dirt-poor village in a small hut with 4 tiny rooms. all packed with people. There were literally no extra nooks or crannies. My close call scared my parents so much that we didn't go back at the usual time when I was 16. Instead, they decided to put it off a couple more years. And then, both my grandparents died just 8 months apart from one another. My mom never had a particularly close relationship with her siblings, so we never returned. I'm almost 40 now, and I think about that snake regularly. What do you guys think? All theories welcome. When I was a kid, my uncle owned an antique shop, and my parents would leave me with him when I didn't have school. During my 5th grade spring break, I was dropped off at 7:30 and picked up at 5:30. Sometimes I cleaned, sometimes my uncle would show me an interesting item, but most of the time, I played with his personal collection in the back area. He had all sorts of antique toys. My favorites were the tabletop pinball machines, but he also had a jack-in-the-box that dated back to the 1700s. He bought it the previous month, but wanted to show it to me before he sold it. Apparently, it came with an interesting story, one about a doctor having it made especially for an ill child who passed away shortly after. The family left his room as a shrine and spent much of their time praying over his bed. Soon, they began hearing noises during the night, only to find the boy's jack-in-the-box in a new position. I was fully into the story, gawking at this old toy in slight fear but complete awe, until my uncle burst into laughter and explained how many dealers made up stories to bolster the desire of a specific item. This was the 60s, by the way, so it worked pretty well back then. I was disappointed, but that didn't stop me from enjoying the toy itself. The original ones didn't have a hand crank. They were just boxes, and the puppets popped out when you opened them. I think the first one was made by a German in the 1500s, but don't quote me on that. My uncle's apartment was upstairs, and I was having so much fun that he offered to keep me overnight. My parents agreed, happy to save the extra trip, and I continued playing with all the best toys. Later that evening, I made a bed on the couch. I tried to ignore the extremely loud snores coming through the paper-thin walls. Sadly, my efforts were futile. Anytime I came close to dozing off, the steady snores would be interrupted by a sudden animalistic grunt that scared me back to reality. Sometime after 1, I decided to take my blanket and pillows downstairs to sleep on the floor, but once I began descending the steps, I heard a strange sound below. It almost sounded like a rat was dragging a trap along, so I went to check it out. After flipping on the lights, it stopped instantly, and I turned to see the jack-in-the-box lying on the floor, top open, with the puppet stretched out of it as if it had been pulling itself along. My uncle and I had gone upstairs together, and we'd left the toy in the middle of the table. There was no way for it to have fallen off. As I stood frozen at the base of the steps, something small ran across the room behind me. I turned around in search of the source, but nothing was there. I was only looking away for a second, yet when I turned back again, the puppet's head was on its side, facing me. It made me jump backwards, and I tripped over something, I don't know what. I felt it when my foot rolled over the top of it, but I couldn't find anything afterwards. I got up to close the jack-in-the-box, like it was waiting to bite me. That's what it felt like, and I held the lid tight. I put it back on the table, and I set an old jar full of marbles on top. Then I ran upstairs as fast as my legs would carry me. All the while, I could still hear the faint snores coming through the wall. My uncle had slept through everything. It made me wonder what else he slept through. Just as I opened the apartment door, the same light footsteps came racing up the dark steps behind me. I practically threw myself over the threshold of the door. The steps came all the way up to the door before stopping right outside. And then there was just silence. I had engaged both locks, but didn't trust them enough to not hold the door shut as well. I guess it could have still gotten through easily enough, but when you're in that situation, you act based on instinct. You don't remember that a barrier can't protect you from an angry ghost or spirit or whatever. I didn't hear another sound that night. It was almost 3 a.m. when I finally worked up enough courage to sit down. I still never got to sleep, but I only had to lay there for 2 more hours. My uncle got up at 5. His awful snoring finally came to an end. A few minutes later, he came out of his room. He saw me sitting there, wide awake, asking how I slept. Since I was 10, I didn't exaggerate. Everything came spilling out of me like a rehearsed speech, because I had been telling it in my head for 2 hours. Needless to say, he didn't believe my story and insisted that I only had a nightmare. I didn't push too hard because I knew that he'd think differently once we got downstairs, and he saw the jar on the box. Unfortunately, the jar was broken, and marbles were scattered all over, while the box remained sitting exactly where we had left it the evening before, not where I had just left it hours before. My uncle's logical conclusion was that I got up to mischief during the night, broke a jar of marbles, and made up a story to cover my ass. As an adult, I can look back and fully understand his point, but at the time, I really resented him for not believing me. I've had a few other experiences over my life, enough that I have no doubt something else is here with us. But nothing ever frightened me quite as badly as that creepy puppet. Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, the story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers, so I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital, not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, it was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there, something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. When I was growing up, my dad would take me on camping trips every summer. When I was 17, he took me on a special graduation trip that was supposed to be 2 full weeks of deep woods camping. It took a day and a half just to reach our site. We got set up and slept in our separate tents. An hour before dawn, I woke up needing to pee, so I walked a few feet into the brush. I found a place to squat. While doing my business, I heard something behind me slithering through the grass. I jumped to find a king cobra emerging from the brush that I was just sitting next to. I know. We don't have those in the U.S. I know. Yet, here we are. It stood up. It raised its hood. It was a cobra. Its head was almost up to my chest. All I could do was back away slowly. It didn't move an inch, just stared at me until I was out of sight. Only then did I turn and run the rest of the way. My dad didn't believe me. I knew how it sounded, so I let it go. A few hours later, we were fishing, and he got to see for himself. He nearly lost his pole when he noticed it on the opposite bank. Again, just staring. It looked even taller than it had the previous night. Dad Dad took out his pistol, hoping to at least scare it off, but the snake dove into the river before he could fire. We didn't like not knowing where it went, so we headed back. By the time we were eating our day's catch, the cobra was back. It positioned itself just outside our campsite, but this time its head was only a foot or two off the ground, like it was trying to be stealthy. I'm no snake expert, but I'm not unfamiliar with them either, and they don't stalk people. I don't care what kind of snake it is. They want nothing to do with humans. If you don't threaten them, they don't threaten you. The only thing we could figure is that some collector had released this thing into the wild, and we must be in its territory. My dad tried to shoot it, but missed, and the snake shot back into the woods. We made sure to stay zipped in our tents until dawn, and then packed up our gear. There were plenty of other spots to set up that weren't encroaching on Cobra land. We followed the river down for half the day and found a nice clearing. This way we could make it back to the truck without the extra overnight when the time came, which we still expected to be over a week away. But that night we saw it again. At first we heard something big moving through the trees. We thought that it was a deer or maybe a boar, so we got up with the flashlights. The noise stopped instantly, like whatever it was had frozen in its tracks. We circled the perimeter twice, but didn't see anything, so we got ready for bed. Around 3, I woke up to something heavy walking through our camp. I figured whatever we scared off before was back, with its own territory beef, but it was so close to my tent, I didn't want to startle it by poking my head outside. Instead, I waited for it to wander further away. Then it stopped, and a few seconds later, I screamed as my dad's gun went off. It scared the absolute crap out of me. I knew something was wrong. We'd never actually had to shoot anything before. Just as my hand touched the zipper, my dad yelled for me to stay inside. I heard him walk around the campsite. He wouldn't answer any of my questions until he was finished, and even then, he wouldn't let me come outside. He had seen the snake and decided it was time to get out of the woods altogether. We planned to leave in the morning, but I didn't understand why he wouldn't just go into his own tent, where it was safe. Even if there was some kind of freak, rabid, horror movie snake, it wasn't going to use a zipper. Yet he insisted on standing guard. As soon as the sun started coming up, we were packing. I never seen my dad so scared before or since. His hands were shaking as he took down the tents, but he wouldn't talk about the snake. I was so thrown off by everything that I'd completely forgotten that something big had been lurking right next to me when the shot went off. I didn't remember until we were back in the truck and well onto the main road. That's when my dad finally came clean. The big thing had woken him up too, and unlike me, he didn't actually see it. He undid his flap just enough to see a large, dark, humanoid figure bent over my tent, like it was looking for an opening. Then he watched in horror as it shifted into the cobra, almost like a humanoid shadow, melting and dissolving until only a snake remained. When he fired, he was certain he hit it, but it shot back into the woods, completely unaffected. I don't know what the hell that thing was, but I think it's safe to say we still don't have king cobras in the United States. I don't know where to start, so I'll just lay out the timeline. My daughter, Lily, is 3. She's at that cute stage where she's constantly talking and has the most distinctive high-pitched giggle. That giggle is everything to me, which is why what's happening felt like psychological torture. A couple of months ago, I'd be in the kitchen, and I'd hear a faint little "Mommy" from the hall. I'd check, and Lily would be fast asleep in her crib. I wrote it off as old house noises, tired dad stuff, a neighbor kid even. I had to believe that it was something simple, but then it started mimicking her entirely. I was rocking Lily to sleep one night, and she was almost out, totally silent, tucked under my chin, and that's when I heard a soft, quick giggle, exactly like hers, echoing from the darkened hallway outside of her room. It was playful and close, the sound of a kid running away after a good prank. My body was rigid. I checked Lily, deep breaths, asleep. I crept out and checked the hall. Empty. Nothing. The worst part was last night. Anna was asleep next to me. I was reading when a clear little voice, sweet and innocent and 100% Lily's, called out right behind our door. "Mama, can I have a drink?" My heart was in overdrive. Lily never wakes up, not calling for a drink or anything else. I slowly, so slowly, turned the handle and peered out. Nothing. The moonlight just showed an empty stretch of carpet. I tried to tell Anna this morning, tried to explain that it wasn't a creak or a dream. It was a copy of our daughter's voice. She gave me that look. You know the one. "You're stressed, you're tired, you need a break." That's what she kept saying. "Honey, it's your mind playing tricks." I felt so small. I honestly started checking for signs of stress-induced psychosis. Then, this afternoon, I was outside weeding. I hadn't been out there for more than 5 minutes when I heard something again. "Daddy, come play." It was loud, bright, and came from the living room window. I dropped my trowel and sprinted inside, expecting to find Lily somehow awake and out of her crib. She was still fast asleep in her room. I just collapsed on the couch. I was done. I was mentally breaking down. I knew it. Then tonight, it was different. Anna was doing Lily's tuck-in ritual. I was downstairs in the kitchen feeling utterly defeated and pouring myself a glass of water. And then I heard her call my name. Not loud, but urgent. She came down the stairs. Face was pale, like she'd just seen something disturbing. "What is it?" I asked. She leaned in, lowering her voice, even though Lily was upstairs. I was tucking her in, and she told me. She said, "Mommy, when you call me from the other room, it doesn't sound like you. You sound funny, like you're playing a game. Do you hear me too, Mommy? Do you hear me that's not me?" I just stared at Anna. That knot of fear that I'd been carrying all of a sudden transformed into a stab of icy dread. I wasn't crazy. I could tell by Anna's look that the pity was gone, and it was replaced by raw fear. So, yay, I'm not crazy. But that just means that there's something else in the house. Something smart enough to learn voices. Something that tries to lure us to random places. Anna looks devastated. She feels terrible for dismissing me, but also hopeless. I think she's second-guessing every giggle, laugh, and voice that she's heard. But at least she finally believes me. But yeah, we're just standing here completely clueless, both of us, as to what to do next. I have no idea what to do, but the house feels huge and cold tonight. I'm really not looking forward to seeing what it can do next. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else in the Tri-County area has seen anything like this. I've been farming this land, which has been in my family since 1904, and I've dealt with coyotes, timber wolves, occasionally a stray black bear. I know animal damage. This is not animal damage. It started about 3 weeks ago, right when the first serious winter storm hit. We'd had a few feet of snow, and the temperature hadn't been above zero for days. Out here in central Wisconsin, you don't call the day off. You check your perimeter, you check your stock, and you fix what's broke. My task that day was repairing the main barbed wire stretch along the back 40, bordering the state forest. A big drift had taken down a section of wire, and I had to replace a dozen posts. Now, my posts aren't the cheap wooden kind. They're heavy-duty, reinforced, $30 a pop steel T-posts, driven 3 feet down into the frozen ground with a hydraulic driver. They don't break. They bend. When I got to the damaged section, the drift was massive. But what I saw underneath the snow was wrong. The wire was broken, yes, but the steel T-post at the corner was snapped clean off, about 6 inches above the ground. It was bent. It was sheared. It looked like someone had hit it with a small excavator. I figured maybe a snowmobile went off trail, but there were no tracks, just snow. As I dug out the post, I noticed something else. Clear in the remaining crust of the snow were tracks. They were huge, bigger than my hand, and they were mostly canine. They had 4 distinct toes, massive pads, and clear claw marks. But they were spaced impossibly far apart, and had a strange heavy heel mark that suggested they were made by something that occasionally walked upright. I replaced the post, telling myself it was a massive, deformed wolf. This next part was the next night. My farmhouse is sturdy, but isolation is isolation. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a terrible noise outside the bedroom window. It wasn't a growl or a howl. It was a high-pitched, desperate sound, a human-like whimper. It sounded exactly like a person freezing to death, whimpering and crying, right outside the glass. I threw on my coat and grabbed the spotlight. The sound stopped instantly when the light hit the yard, where there was nothing, not even any tracks in the snow. It was just silence. The fear wasn't immediate. The annoyance was. Some kids messing with the old farmer. But the sheer isolation and the temperature ruled that out pretty quick. The whimpering continued, sporadically, for the next 2 nights. Always around the same time. Always followed by an extremely deep, shuddering, guttural growl that seemed to shake the window panes. It sounded like the growl was meant to silence the whimper. I put it out of my head until I went back to the fence line 3 days later. I was finishing up the repairs from the initial break when I heard a branch snap deep inside the forest, toward the west boundary. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars. The trees are dense pines, mostly black shadow this time of year. But I saw something. It wasn't even hiding. It was standing maybe 50 yards in, right at the edge of the woods, where the field starts. It was standing on 2 legs. It was built like a human, tall, maybe 7 feet, with heavy, sloped shoulders. But it was covered in dense, shaggy, dark fur. Its face was clearly canine, with a long muzzle, pointed ears, and eyes that reflected the dim light with a yellow-green intensity. I stood there frozen. What kind of joke was this? Field glasses pressed against my eyes. I'm a tough man. I've seen birth and death on this farm, but I'd never seen anything like this, so utterly and violently out of place. It radiated a kind of impatient, predatory intelligence that chills me even now. It didn't move for maybe 10 seconds. It just stared at me. Then, it did 2 things that confirmed this was not a prank or an optical illusion. First, it let out that same deep, rumbling growl, a sound that felt more like thunder in my chest than noise in my ears. Second, it moved. It didn't turn around and walk away. It dropped onto all 4s, transforming instantly into a massive, sprinting wolf shape, but still too large, too muscular. It covered the 50 yards in 3 giant bounds and disappeared into the trees on the north side. It was gone in under 2 seconds. I dropped my binoculars and ran back to the tractor. I didn't stop shaking until I was back inside the house. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't attacking my livestock. Didn't even appear to be hungry. Just breaking the fence because, it knew I'd come out to fix it. Sending me a message of some kind. Well, I've been here a lot longer than this thing. At least I think. I don't know what it is. I only know that the beast is not just wandering. It's monitoring. It knows that I'm watching this territory. Was it dropped here? Has it always been here? I don't know. But the whimpering is back outside. I can hear it every other night. It's softer, but it's there. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine, and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay. I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV Guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon, but when I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen, under the covers, until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, and when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, you need to value yourself more, so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation, and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. I saw what I can only describe as some kind of demon. I'd like to tell you what I lived through, but prefer to remain anonymous. I'll try to resume facts, but a lot of things happened. Though all bizarre, all very true. Some others witnessed these events, and they were afraid at the time too. I live in Belo Horizonte in Brazil. My grandmother bought a country house in the rural areas nearby, next to a very small town called São José de Lapa. It was a very big house, lots of land. My big family used to go there almost all weekends. The cousins used to play soccer or pool there, while the rest of the people spent their time talking and cooking. It was supposed to be a peaceful environment. But in 2005, I was graduating, but I had lost my job, so I decided to live there full-time, alone during the week. This way I wouldn't have to pay rent, and I could study in peace for my civil service exams. The house was situated next to the woods, and we had a little farm, which produced milk and lettuce. We had no neighbors living nearby. At first, I constantly heard some noises at night. Nothing too strange, I thought. Probably animals or the wind. But things started to get spooky, gradually. In the beginning of 2006, my cousin and I were alone in the country house playing pool at 2 a.m. Suddenly, we heard Ave Maria by Schubert playing out of nothing. We just froze. I thought he was playing a prank on me, and he thought I was playing a prank on him. Before we could do anything, the music stopped. The next day, we told our family about the incident. Not only did they claim they didn't play any music, they didn't even believe us. When the weekend was over, my relatives left, and I was alone again. Just a few days after this creepy episode, I heard out of nowhere a baby crying, very loud. It was like there was an infant screaming inside the house. I was honestly just so freaked out. I got a ridiculously old gun, and I ran to my bedroom where I locked the door. It was about 11 p.m. Obviously, I couldn't sleep. After a long night, it was finally the next morning. I called my relatives to tell them what had happened. All of them laughed at me, except my grandmother. She told me she sensed something strange at the country house, and since she's a spiritist, she decided to call a medium to see if there was something wrong with that house. The medium was a former priest who studied exorcisms but had to leave the Catholic Church because of his sightings. He went to our house, and when he arrived, he just started to feel bad. Then he asked for a minute alone and walked through the entire house. When he returned, he had tears in his eyes. He said that this terrain was in the past part of a much larger farm, and the place where the house was built is where the senzalas were. Well, senzala is the name in Portuguese of the place where African slaves were imprisoned during slavery age in Brazil. The priest added that he saw an African woman with a child, both very skinny, standing by the wall just where I used to sleep. After a ritual, this medium priest claimed that the house was free of erratic spirits, but that was not true. Less than 1 week after this, about 12 people, amongst friends and relatives, were talking in the yard, enjoying a barbecue in the evening. Suddenly, my aunt screamed that she saw some kind of dog smiling at her from the second-floor window. We rushed inside, all of us, to look for what she saw. While we were searching for this thing room to room, I went to my bedroom to get my old pistol with my brother. When we entered this room, I saw the worst thing I ever saw in my life. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't warm. It was something evil. There was black smoke near the ceiling, and the room was freezing cold. We both saw it. We both felt it. We couldn't do anything. We were frozen, but it was more like this thing was controlling us. We couldn't scream, run, or react. We just stood there, looking at this thing against our will, feeling desolation. I can't describe the feeling fully, but we were paralyzed by this. I could feel only tears rolling down my cheeks. After a few seconds, this black smoke vanished through the window, and suddenly we could do what we needed to do. We ran for help with the sensation that we saw evil itself. It wasn't a ghost or a bad spirit. It for sure wasn't a dog. It was a demonic and evil thing. The same night, all my relatives decided in fear to leave the house immediately. The next 2 months, we didn't go there, and my grandmother decided to sell the house. When we were handling the land plot papers, there was an appointment about the first owner. He was a farmer who had slaves during the 1880s. We managed to sell the house to a retired prosecutor, and my grandmother alerted him about the events, although she mentioned ghosts, not demons. The guy laughed at this, but strangely, sadly, he took his own life 1 year after buying the house. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for. And I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist, and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car. Taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The woman stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late, and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first 2 doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of 2 shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there was were two completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said..." He interrupted. "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me. I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. Back in the late 80s, I worked at this small family-owned supermarket in a quiet little town in southwestern Colorado. It wasn't much. A couple aisles of groceries, a deli that always smelled like fried chicken, and a row of humming coolers that never quite worked right. I'd been there long enough to know everyone who came and went, especially the vendors. One of them was a guy named Rick. He handled deliveries for a snack company, chips, pretzels, that kind of thing. He was one of those people everyone liked, always smiling, always had a joke ready. and somehow made stocking shelves at 6 a.m. feel like less of a drag. Then one morning, we got the news. Rick had gone home after his route the night before, sat down in his chair, and had a heart attack. His wife found him like that, just gone. It hit everyone pretty hard. You see someone almost every day for years, and then suddenly, they're just not there. For a few weeks, every time I saw one of those red delivery trucks, my brain automatically expected to see him behind the wheel. A few days after the funeral, I was walking across our parking lot to clock in. It was early, maybe 7 in the morning. Still a little fog clinging to the ground. I remember hearing the familiar sound of a delivery truck engine, that low diesel rumble echoing between the buildings. I looked up, and there it was, Rick's truck. Same company logo, same dent on the back fender, same squeaky brake that I'd heard 1,000 times. It rolled right past the store entrance, heading toward the back delivery lot. And behind the wheel was Rick. I stopped mid-step. My brain just flatlined. He was wearing the same navy work shirt he always wore, same short haircut, even his same posture. One arm on the window frame, leaning slightly left like he always did when driving. I blinked hard, thinking maybe the early morning light was messing with me, but no, it was him, clear as day. I stood there long enough that the automatic doors opened behind me were closing again. The truck turned the corner and disappeared down the back road that looped behind the store. I just stood there for a minute staring after it. My heart was sort of racing by this point. And then I went inside. But the whole morning, it felt different. The aisles were too quiet. Every time someone wheeled a cart over a tile, I seemed to jump. I didn't tell anyone at work right away because honestly, I didn't want to sound crazy. That weekend, though, my band was playing a gig at this little bar downtown. Our drummer, Mike, he worked across the street at the Safeway. During a break, we got to talking, and I mentioned Rick and how weird it felt not seeing him anymore. When I told him what I'd seen that morning, Mike went still. Then he looked at me like I'd just said something I shouldn't have. He told me he'd seen Rick too. Same truck, same week, driving right past the Safeway lot, looking exactly the same. Neither of us knew what to make of it. We went back and forth for a while, convincing ourselves it must have been another driver, maybe a replacement using his truck, or maybe a guy who just looked like him. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true, and so did he. There's no mistaking someone you saw every other day for years. It wasn't just the look, it was the feeling. That cold wave that hits when you realize that you're seeing something that technically shouldn't exist. To this day, I can still picture that morning, the sound of the truck engine and the shine of the chrome bumper, the way he turned the wheel with one hand, everything. I don't know what I saw, or I don't know how to explain it, but I know it was him. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear and assured me that the death angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore." I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me, from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot.